We're broadcasting live.
So, good morning, everyone. This is the council meeting for the town of Mono, held today's date, and that is August 26, 2025. This meeting is being conducted both in chambers and by means of electronic participation as permitted by Section 238, subsection 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, and the Town of Mono's Procedural Bylaw 2020-42. Residents obviously can view our meeting as it occurs or later on through YouTube. We do have a quorum present, and just as a reminder, location of the emergency exits are in the rear of the council chamber. Members are free to declare pecuniary interest at this point or at any point in the course of the meeting. And I'd like to call on Councillor Davey to do the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mayor. We would like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that the town of Mono resides within the traditional territories and ancestral lands of the Tionatonte, the Ottawandaron, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe peoples. We also acknowledge that the town of Mono resides within the treaty lands named under Treaty 18, the Nottawasaga Purchase of 1818. These traditional territories upon which we live and learn are steeped in rich Indigenous history and traditions, and it is with this statement that we declare to honor and respect the past and present connections of Indigenous peoples with this land, its waterways, and resources.
Thank you. I have a motion that Council approves the agenda of Session 14-2025 as circulated. Do I have a mover for that, Deputy Mayor? Councillor Cape seconds. Any opposition? That motion is carried. I have a further motion that Council approves the minutes of Session 13-2025 as circulated. Do I have a mover on that? Councillor Cape, seconded by Councillor Mantalo. Any opposition? And that is carried. We do not have any proclamations today. However, we have a recognition, and I think a very significant recognition to make. We all know our treasurer, Les Haluka, and we know that he's been with us a very long time, giving service both to council and the community at large. We have a certificate in grateful appreciation for your service and commitment to the town of Mono, and wait for it, 1990 to 1998, followed by a brief hiatus returning in 2003 and serving with us until today. Les, if you'd like to come forward and we'll okay.
Come on, Les, this is it's a good thing. All right, thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
No, wait, new camera angle on the TV.
Yeah. It's a fisheye.
I like it. It's good. It shows, yeah.
You guys got smaller.
That's okay.
So that brings us to public question period. Fred, anything?
Got several questions.
Actually, I'm going to defer to the audience, and then we'll go to the questions submitted online. Is there anyone here with any question for council? Come on forward, sir.
Morning.
And if you could just give us your name.
It's Emilio Sestra.
Mm-hmm.
You need to put the microphone on first.
Yeah, there's a button there. There you go.
Okay.
You could just repeat.
It's Emilio Sestra. I sent an email to council regarding the section of French Drive where we have a lot of speeding in between First Line and Benson Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
the town has made 2 attempts in trying to rectify this problem. One is with the speed bumps, which actually did work, but the problem is they're not there all year round. And the second attempt is with these towers that have 40 kilometers on them. And the same situation is they're not there all year round. One of the hazards with the second attempt is that in front of 57 and 59 French Drive on the south side, they park their vehicles there in front and back. So if you're going eastbound, okay, you can't get through. You have to go on the other side of the street in order to go eastbound. Then you have traffic coming westbound, so it's a hazard, okay? Now, there are solutions to this, and two that I think would rectify this problem is, one, speed cameras. And I don't know if people really like speed cameras because it's a cash cow. And the other one is stop signs. I prefer to go the route of stop signs, putting 2 more stop signs at Anderson Avenue, Ketchum Street, and Benson Avenue. It will force drivers to stop. And that should result in more safety concerns that we have on French Drive. So what do we have to do in order to put this in place? So you can have a cash cow or stop signs.
Okay.
So,
Well, as I'm fond of saying, it's only a cash cow because the province forces us to put them into community safety zones where the fines double. So if they result in doubling of fines by virtue of having to be placed in a community safety zone, I don't think that's right, frankly. That is a community safety zone, I believe, currently. Am I correct on that, Matt?
That's correct.
So one of the criteria is already met for purposes of installation of a safety camera. I prefer to call them safety cameras because that's really what they are and that's what they encourage. And they aren't as unpopular as people think. The Canadian Automobile Association did a study. The majority of people think they are a good idea and moreover think they work. And have governed their driving accordingly. So we are on the verge of launching speed cameras in Mono, locations to be determined, but certainly your location is, I would think, a pretty good candidate for that technology. Matt, do you have anything to say about the experience with speed bumps and the other solution that we've applied this year experimentally?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, so we've had success with the humps. Like you said, we can't have them out in the wintertime because of the plows. They're a challenge with the plows. They take a lot of labor to put in. Emergency services don't like them because obviously you have somebody in an ambulance or a fire truck trying to get to an emergency. They have to slow right down. So those are the challenges with the speed humps. We did try the traffic bollards or the calming delineators this year. It's a trial. They've been successful in a lot of municipalities around. They're much more cost effective to install. And we have heard some success. This is the first time I've heard any complaints about it. Always open to having phone conversations or any on-site conversations with any concerns from residents regarding any of the traffic calming devices. But yeah, we're still working with them, and if there's an avenue to go with respect to speed cameras, we're going to be looking at that soon, and we could further assess. We're always assessing the traffic calming, but we monitor the traffic, we monitor the speed, we rotate through, especially on roads that are, we receive more complaints. We do measure the traffic data, the speed, and try to sign and install these traffic calming devices accordingly.
How about the notion of stop signs? I know that traffic people like to have criteria for putting up signage and changing things, and either there's sufficient warrants for it or not, but do you have any reaction to the suggestion that maybe stop signs would be a
Cer-
good interim step.
Yeah, there's certainly warrants for that. A traffic study would have to be conducted for that. The one challenge with stop signs is the start and stops. You get a lot of people like revving their engines, screeching down to a stop and then revving them up and taking off again, especially in short sections. So it adds a little bit of noise and carbon footprint and whatnot. But that would be one of the challenges with the stop signs. But it's certainly something that could be assessed with an engineering traffic study.
I see that Councillor Capes has her hand up. Go ahead. You're muted, Elaine.
Your mic.
Oops, okay,
There.
thank you. Thank you for your thoughtful question, and thank you for your very thoughtful response, Matt. I noticed yesterday, for the first time, because I haven't been there for a while, that Shelburne has some center road markers. They're like a narrow sign. That's new, and they are there to slow traffic. And also, every small place that I've been through, like Baxter, and like these safety cameras are popping up everywhere. And if they help control, the behavior of the motorists who are not following the speed signs, then I'm all for them. And they are becoming, as I say, sort of everywhere now. So I think that's a good idea. And stop signs, they do come with their own set of issues. So hopefully we can try the safety cameras first and then see what happens. So that's great. Thank you very much for bringing that forward. And thank you, Matt, for continuing to work on this issue.
Thank you. Out of curiosity, who's doing the speeding down there? Are they local residents?
Yes, I ran into a problem 2 weeks ago Wednesday. I was out for a walk at 7:30. I was in front of 39 Benson Avenue, and this black Silverado was coming down the street from French Drive. So as he drove by, I looked at him, whatever, and in front of 33 French Benson, he stopped, put in reverse, burned rubber, stopped me at 39, lowered his window, and he asked me if I had a problem. So I told him, I said, the speed limit is 40K. He said, well, I've been living here more than 30 years, so fuck off. And drove off, and he almost caused an accident.
Incredible.
So this is, it's even happening on Benson, because they come around from French Drive up. And I know one person, she's a woman, and I know that the address where she lives, she drives an AMG
Yeah, we
dark
don't
colored.
need to share that, and I'll forgive you for your unparliamentary language.
Well, yeah, but I don't get it with these people, and there's a lot of kids on the street.
Yeah.
And these kids basically with
Really
these
frightening.
EV bikes and whatever, they're coming down the street 6 across, they don't move. They don't move. So sooner or later, something's gonna happen.
Yeah.
And I'd rather have something done about this.
We're going to move on it as quickly as we can, I can assure you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the gallery? Elaine?
Just if I could add, thank you. Perhaps it's time to bring our local safety patrollers, our lovely OPP, community engagement folks in to speak to the people who live in that area to talk about safety and speeding and children on bikes and things like that. Maybe there needs to be a bit of a dialogue about this. That's what I'm thinking.
Thank you, and I think that's a good idea. There's a gentleman in the back. Come on forward, sir.
Would this be the appropriate time to have a question or address the noise bylaw?
Well, we are going to speak to that later on in the agenda, so maybe if you could hold your question or comment until then. And the gentleman who kindly dropped off the brochures, if you could come forward, sir, and just state your name and very briefly tell us what this is about. You and I have had some discussions over the phone, but thank you for coming today and leaving us with the material.
No problem. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Greg Wing. I am a veteran of the Canadian Forces for 13 years, served 2 tours in Afghanistan, and I'm now the Director of Communications and Marketing for Veterans and Everyday Heroes. I was made aware that with the discussion about noise bylaws and stuff like this going on with your town council, that our organization came up due to an event that I've been working on planning for the better part of the last year. A little bit of background about who Veterans and Everyday Heroes is. We are a federally registered not-for-profit organization that helps out veterans and first responders with their mental and physical wellness challenges. What we do is we raise the funds needed so that when the system says no, we can say yes. There's a lot of holes that are in the system right now that just do not serve the needs of our veterans and first responders. So we will do everything from a cup of coffee after a rough shift, all the way up to a service dog like mine, Wilson right here, which runs about $20,000 to $35,000 a piece. About once a month, I get a phone call asking for a dog. As I mentioned, all of the people that work for Veterans and Everyday Heroes are all volunteers. We're all veterans and first responders ourselves. We do not take a salary. We do this out of the passion that we have to make sure that our brothers and sisters never have to go without. Almost every weekend, I have a booth set up selling t-shirts. At $40 a t-shirt, that's a lot of t-shirts I have to sell in order to get someone a service dog. These service dogs are absolutely vital to our veterans and first responders dealing with PTSD. Wilson here has saved my life more than once, and Riggs, who is our founder's service dog, has saved Andrew more than once.
So Greg, I think one of the reasons you're here is out of curiosity about the noise bylaw that we'll talk about later.
Absolutely.
But as you and I have conversed, we are going to have a mechanism within that bylaw for exemptions for worthy events, and you're planning an event next summer, I believe?
Yes. So as I mentioned, the event that we're planning is called Day of Heroes. The event is meant to bring in the largest demographic we possibly can in order to get the support that we need for our veterans and first responders. As I mentioned, it takes a lot of work and energy to get the funds that we need to support our veterans and first responders. This event, I personally chose the Orangeville Fairgrounds and the area for a number of different reasons. One, it's central in Ontario, which allows us to get more people involved, as well as having spent lots of time up in Borden myself, I realized that the Orangeville, Mono area was very, let's say, patriotic towards our veterans and first responders. I understand that this event does pose a significant amount of noise that will probably end up happening, as we're going to be having some monster trucks to bring in some people that aren't necessarily veterans and first responders themselves, but the wider demographic. We're going to be having a concert in the evening. We have a motorcycle poker run as well as a motorcycle show. We are not here to create a disturbance. We want to work with the town, with the townsfolk as well, and respect the noise as much as we possibly can, while still being able to provide an event that will be able to ensure that our veterans and first responders can get what they need. You know, if you look through the news, you'll see how many times a veteran or first responder takes their life due to mental health. We're here to prevent that. And I understand that the noise for one day can be rather disturbing to a number of people. And we're not here to try to disturb anybody. But that noise that you're going to hear for one day, that goes on in veterans and first responders' minds every day, all day long, nonstop. I've been dealing with PTSD myself for the last 20 years, which is why I have a service dog. And I'll tell you now, I understand needing some peace and quiet. I really do. And that's why we really want to work hard with the town as well as the residents to make sure that this is a successful event that everybody can enjoy and feel comfortable with it happening.
So thank you for coming. I'm going to open it up to members of council in a moment, but the good news here is that there's lots of lead time to plan, both from your standpoint and from the standpoint of working with the town and working, most importantly, frankly, with the local community.
Yes.
And I think you will be well received in your efforts. So thank you for attending. Are there any members of council who have anything to ask? Linda?
Hi, thank you very much. It's nice to meet you. I remember reading your email when you caught wind of this and wanted to explain about your organization. So this is great. This is the venue. This is exactly what you needed to do to come, so that I'm hoping that our residents will listen to this as well. It begs the question. I mean, it sounds like a fun day. So, but it begs the question, just in general, for large events that we have. When you have large events, you definitely have just an ambient noise of all the people. Even if you just have a kitchen party and you've got, there's a finite number before it's like it's too loud, turn off the music. So have you turned your mind, knowing that this is kind of afoot, have you turned your mind to any other activities that might not be so objectionable to the people who are around?
I've definitely been looking at other ways that I can bring people in that are not going to create that much noise. Like, understandably, monster trucks, right? They are loud, and I get that. There is a possibility that we might not do the monster trucks. Number one, for funding wise, but also for the noise aspect. My whole thought on the process of getting these different activities in is to try to get that greater demographic, right? If I was just to put on an event that strictly was just straight military and first responder type of activities, we're going to miss out on a much larger demographic of potential supporters that could come in and help out. By bringing in stuff like the monster trucks, then all of a sudden we got the people that are really excited about monster trucks. They want to come in, and then they're going to learn more about what it is that our veterans and first responders go through every single day.
Right, but you do, I mean, the whole, and it's interesting about the lead time. I mean, you do have a whole lot of time here. Just the idea, I would imagine the monster trucks also cost money to bring them in, and so then you're wanting people who you're wanting to have, so you're going to have to presumably charge tickets, and it's all the balance of everything, right? And if this is a first responder, so the idea of demos from the first responders and things, right?
Yes, and we are definitely having a lot of demonstrations, both static and live action. I'm got a meeting with one of the OPP deputy commissioners later this week, and if they happen to have a dog that they want to show people how the dog bites people, I guess I'm getting bit that day. If I need to get tased, I'll get tased. I'll do anything to basically try to help raise the funds.
All right. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Elaine? Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you immensely for your service. I have family in the armed forces, and I have a daughter who was an Army cadet. So I fully embrace what you're doing. Just out of curiosity, and I ask only out of curiosity, would Base Borden not be able to host this event?
I have reached out to them before, actually over the first couple of years, to try to make that happen. And unfortunately, due to security reasons, because it is a training base and stuff like that, that seems to be the answer right now, that they're not willing to allow thousands of people that are not military, into the base. It's a lot of people that come in, and due to security reasons, they don't want to entertain that just yet. However, I am working on that for potentially the following year. I'm making
Okay.
more and more connections to do what I can, but unfortunately, it's
Right.
just not possible for next year.
Right, well, maybe I can connect you with the chief of staff, I know him personally. And my daughter, of course, had their service, their sunset service there, and that was thousands of people who came in. So, okay, well, thank you for that response, and maybe we can chat. The other thing I was curious about is, have you been able to connect with our tourism folks to find out what kind of attractions people would like to see here? Like, I know you're connecting with your community, but you want to connect with the broader community. So, would our tourism folks be able to help you with determining what other types of attractions you could bring to this event that people are looking for?
I am definitely more than open to talking with anybody that would like to assist. I've been the primary person working on planning absolutely everything, and sometimes my head doesn't quite connect all the dots. So anybody that's willing to help out, I've had some support from some of the members in the Orangeville area that have been able to go and help connect me with certain people as well. But yeah, I'm definitely open to talking to absolutely everybody that I possibly can.
Okay, well, listen, I'll put myself out there and say you can connect with me, Elaine Capes,
Okay.
and I will make as many connections for you as I can.
Awesome. I really appreciate that. Because I just do want to point out as well, while we are not a large organization, we do get a lot of requests all the time. So, as I said, the money comes in and the money goes right back out the door faster than we can see it. So events like this, it requires sponsorship. It's the
Right.
only way I can put events like this on. So when people ask me, well, what's your budget? I don't have a budget. I have a budget up until the point where the sponsors stop coming in.
So Fred and then Ralph, and then we have to move on. Okay.
We can help you with sponsors too. I'm putting that out there.
Fantastic,
Thank you very
thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Just one question. I'm fully supportive of what you're trying to do, but I'm very leery about these monster trucks. Are they licensed under the Highway Traffic Act? Do they are they allowed to drive on the road?
No, and they won't be on the road either. They are special demonstration trucks. They go on perform shows all over the place, so they're trailered in. And
They have a muffler system that makes a lot of noise.
monster trucks in general are extremely loud.
Then I have to tell you, while I'm fully supportive of what you're doing, we've had bad experiences with that, and in fairness to the residents who live near there, I really don't think it's fair to bring those things into this community.
Yeah, we can definitely look at other options to do other things. Monster trucks were just one of my go-tos to, try to get that extra demographic in there.
Okay, thank you.
Ralph?
Thanks, Greg, for coming here. Appreciate it. I too have family members in the armed forces, and I understand the PTSD thing, I think. I have a big comment and a suggestion. We're dealing with a noise bylaw today, and eventually we'll commit to certain regulations. And these are based on the desire to make the control noise in a way that's works for everybody, and we're not gonna achieve that for sure, but we'll do our best. I'd suggest you keep in touch with the noise bylaw and recognize that one of the things that's affecting us is significant complaints from people in the area of the OAC, and sometimes for the CVC, the Credit Valley Conservation Authority, of noise. So it's a real concern here. My question is, just could you clarify what's the goal of this event? What are you trying to accomplish?
There's actually two goals for this event. One is definitely raising the funds that we need in order to support, as I said, service dogs, $20,000 to $35,000 a dog. And when you get a request once a month for a dog, that's a lot of cash coming out. The other one is to make people aware what it is that our veterans and first responders do, and to hopefully get them behind our veterans and first responders in a more significant way, so they can go and, want to support these amazing heroes that put so much on the line for all of us. They signed up to, keep us safe, keep us living in peace. They get up they're in action at 3 o'clock in the morning when someone breaks into your house. They're putting out your fire. They're, rushing you off to the hospital when you have an accident, and sometimes horrific accidents. And they have a lot of stuff they have to deal with. And unfortunately, the system just does not take care of them the way they should.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as I say, stay in touch with our clerk.
Absolutely will.
The bylaw, we don't know how it's going to end up today. I think we all have various amendments we'd like to see occur. And thank you for the heads up for your event, and we hope it can be an ongoing conversation between yourself and ourselves as well as the community. Thank
Perfect.
you again, and good to meet Wilson.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And any further questions from the gallery that aren't related to the noise bylaw? And I know we've taken some liberties with Greg, but I think it was important that he have the opportunity to present. Then going to the submitted. Oh, sorry, Melinda.
I was just going to say, friendly amendment to the agenda that it's 9:15 and we had a delegation at 9, or it's 9:30 and
Yes,
had a
and I
delegation.
misspoke by saying we didn't have a delegation.
So, well, no, you said
yeah.
no proclamations. So do you think that we could maybe have our online questions after our?
Absolutely, absolutely. So we do have a delegation, and it's the financial statements presentation from our auditor. If you'd like to come forward, sir. Thank you. My apologies. I was so anxious to get that piece of paper into Leslie's hands that I skipped over delegations per se.
No problem at all. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Appreciate the opportunity to present the 2024 financial statements. The full draft financial statements were included in the council package. What I would propose to do is go through the PowerPoint presentation that's up on screen. It does cover the primary statements themselves, but then if council does have any questions on any of the additional detail in the statements that I haven't covered in the PowerPoint presentation, happy to answer those as well. So first off, thank you to your finance team and particularly Les on this auspicious day. We do thank them for their good work getting us through the audit and to this point where we're ready to present the draft financial statement. So thank you to your finance team. I don't know if I am advancing slides here. I guess I can. Excellent. Okay, so just have the agenda here. So just walking through a bit about the audit and our audit report. Then I'll go through the primary statements and the graphs that we present each year that highlight some of the key metrics that we think are important to most municipalities. And then finishing off with next steps to complete our audited financial statements and your financial reporting to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. So with that said, this is just a bit of information on our audit. It does give some of the kind of key outcomes of the audit process itself. The adjusting entries that you see, or at least listed in terms of their descriptions, pretty standard for your audit and for most municipalities. We do make some entries related to reserves and reserve funds, tangible capital assets, and so on. And just to highlight in the first few bullets that with the letter that was presented to council last fall highlighting our audit plan that was provided just for information purposes, there was no significant changes in our audit plan from that. So we do communicate with our municipal clients prior to starting the audit and prior to year end with some of the key details of our audit process and our plan, and there were no significant changes, no challenges or issues in terms of our dealings with management or in terms of the financial reporting and audit process itself. So the next slide It just gives a couple bullets on our audit report itself. So the full audit report is included in the draft financial statements. It is 2 pages long. I can basically summarize the key points on these two bullets here. Basically, it is a clean audit opinion, so we've done the work we've needed to do to satisfy ourselves that the financial statements are presented fairly in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards, and that our audit itself was conducted in accordance with the applicable auditing standards that we're required to meet as public accountants. So the next slide just gives a bit of information on the statement of financial position. It's basically equivalent to a balance sheet that you'd see in the business world, but presented a little differently for municipal governments. It does have your assets, including your cash and investments, taxes receivable, tangible capital assets, as well as liabilities and your accumulated surplus. And moving to the next slide, it's shown here. Numbers may be a little bit small on screen, but I can just highlight a few key points. So if you look in financial assets, at the very top line is cash. The very bottom line in financial assets is investments. If you look at those two together, they are up by about $700,000. That is resulting from an operating surplus of about $1.4 million, an increase in your obligatory reserve funds, being your development charges, gas tax, and so on, that we'll see on a future slide, of about $700,000, net of the long-term receivable that you see in financial assets as well. So that's cash that you've paid related to the Highway 9 water main extension that's recoverable from some of the property owners there. So that being a receivable means cash you paid out that you're waiting to collect, and that's kind of part of the net change in your cash position. Accounts receivable is down just largely because of timing of grants, more receivable at the end of last year than this year. And then your taxes receivable, you can see, is up slightly, but when we get to the graph on tax receivable, you see that on a relative basis, it's fairly flat compared to last year. In the liabilities section, you can see accounts payable very consistent with last year. Deferred revenue, those are the obligatory reserve funds that I mentioned, development charges and gas tax, up by about $700,000 as mentioned. And so that is part of the reason that your cash has increased. So your net financial asset position up to about $8 million from just under $7 million the year before. So the financial position in terms of cash or liquidity of the municipality has improved in the year. Down below that, we have non-financial assets, most notably your tangible capital assets. The municipality invested about $1.3 million, but net of amortization of about $1.8 million. Your tangible capital assets have decreased somewhat on the year. So just getting to some of the graphs, this graph shows your cash position, the green line being your cash position, the blue line being the average of our other municipal clients. You can see that it's fairly comparable, about 96% of your annual cash outflows. So this graph is showing your cash position relative to how much you pay out in cash in the year. So basically, with the cash and cash equivalents that you have on hand at the end of the year, you could cover 96% of your annual expenditures in the year. That's pretty comparable, again, down slightly from our other municipal clients, which was about 101%, but pretty consistent in terms of the cash position that you held at the end of the year. The next slide is taxes receivable. We compare your taxes receivable position to the total of all tax levied. So that includes the taxes levied for your own purposes as well as for the county and school boards, because you are required to collect that for them and then distribute to them. And so the taxes receivable that you hold basically would be a combination of all of those. But you're the one that's kind of on the hook for collecting it, essentially. So it's your receivable to collect. And you can see that the green line, again, being the town of Mono, at about 12% is very comparable to last year. So that at least is a good outcome. It's a little higher than the average for our other municipalities. Some of them are higher than that 12%. We have some that are up in the 15 to 17% range, but the average is a bit lower on an average basis across our clients. You can see that consistent trend across all of our clients going up from 6.3 to 9.4 over the last several years. That seems to be a trend across most municipalities that we're seeing where taxes receivable crept up over the last several years. So the fact that you've kept yours flat, at least from 23 to 24, I think is at least a good sign. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Does that have anything to do with anything we do, or is that just the way people pay their taxes or not?
It's largely the way people pay taxes. Your finance staff has some, every finance team across various municipalities has some kind of actions that they can take, and ultimately you can force tax sales if they have arrears outstanding too long. I think with the economic conditions we've been facing in the last couple of years, that's why we're seeing those increases. People just are kind of prioritizing other payments and hoping for the good grace of councils to be able to kind of give some discretion there. That seems to be what's happening because, as I said, across all of our municipalities, we're seeing that steady increase. So there are some measures that staff can take, but ultimately it comes down to, the economy is the economy, and people are going to pay their taxes when they feel that they can. Sure. So the next graph is, actually a few graphs are related to your tangible capital assets. You can see that in 2020 and to a lesser extent in 2021 and 2022, the blue bars were higher. Those were your additions in the year. To some extent, that's going to vary based on the capital grants that you have available to you and the priorities that you have at a given time. In the last couple of years, those tangible capital assets additions have decreased. Basically, fairly comparable to what you've budgeted each year, though, and we would kind of hope to see the blue line be above the yellow one, which is amortization more often than not. Because amortization is kind of the wear and tear on your assets, so kind of investing in them to maintain them is obviously a good thing and desirable. And you can see that more often than not, your additions do exceed your amortization. So I think that is at least somewhat of a good sign. Although I do caution that we do not comment on what you should have invested, we just comment on what you have. What you should invest related to your asset management plan is more in the realm of engineers and your public works and other department heads, not our expertise by any means. The next slide then is the funding for capital assets, and you can see that in 2020 and 2023, the purple bars are capital grants, so you're spending from capital grants received in those years. The two shades of green relate to reserves and reserve funds, and for most municipalities, that's where most of the funding for capital additions comes from, and you can see that that is the case in each of the 5 years shown here. So some funding in 2020 related to direct current taxes, that orange bar in you can see in the 3 years, but in particular in 2020, but this year primarily from reserves and reserve funds. This graph shows long-term debt. So one positive is that you have no debt to speak of. So, if you did need to spend more on capital assets, you certainly had the capacity to take on debt. Not that that has been a priority so far, but there is that capacity to do that should you need to in the future.
Inside joke.
Okay. So the next statement is the statement of operations. It's the income statement for the municipality for the year. It does show revenues and expenditures by department, revenues by type and expenditures by department compared to the prior year and compared to budget, culminating in your annual surplus for the year and your overall accumulated surplus. And you can see that here. I'll just highlight a few numbers. Tax revenue being your most significant revenue is up by about 7% year over year. The fees and user charges is up because of that Highway 9 water main extension. So those receivables that I mentioned totaling about $1.3 million are a revenue in the year. So that is what is explaining the increase in that line. Grants, Ontario grants, you can see are down by about $500,000. In the prior year in 2023, you had significant grants related to some rec facility construction for tennis and pickleball.
Can I just stop you there?
Yep.
I think for those watching and those eventually hearing about this, it is so telling that Ontario grants were over $1 million in 2023, and they have sunk down to just over 400,000.
Yeah.
I just want the record to show
Sure.
that.
Yeah, fair. The only other revenue line I'll highlight is the obligatory reserve fund revenues. Recognize that's a bit of a mouthful, but that's you drawing money out of your obligatory reserve funds, so your development charges and gas tax primarily. And we'll see that in a future slide, but basically you drew less down in part because you spent less on capital assets in 2024 versus 2023. On the expense side, you can see in total expenses up by about 460,000. Some changes in each of the departments. General government down because of salary decreases, but we see offsetting increases in the protection services and recreational services in particular, both having increases in staffing costs, with transportation services an increase in materials and contracted services, leading to the increase in that department. So the usual swings that we'd expect to see essentially, but overall expenses didn't increase by all that much and fairly comparable to the increase in your revenues. So the annual surplus on the year, about 427,000, increasing the overall accumulated surplus to about 74.7 million on the year. And we'll get into a breakdown of that accumulated surplus on a future slide as well. So this slide just shows expenditures by department, so breaking out the total expenditures, not surprisingly, transportation services being your largest, as it is for most of our municipal clients. But you can see the protection services at 23% being a significant portion as well. And then this graph this chart just shows the relative percentages over the last 5 years, and pretty consistent year over year in each of the departments, generally speaking. So the statement of changes in net financial assets takes your accumulated surplus and backs out the tangible capital asset activity to show the change in your financial position, ignoring those non-financial assets. And so that statement is shown here. So starting with the $427,000 annual surplus, when you back out the tangible capital asset activity, that improves your financial position by $617,000. Basically, your surplus includes amortization that's non-cash, but the cash you did spend on capital assets was less, so your financial position improved on a net basis by about $1 million year over year. And you can see that $8 million net financial asset position down at the bottom. So the last primary statement is the statement of cash flows. It just shows all the changes in the year that resulted in the change in your cash. In total, your cash position increased by about 1.28 million. Part of that is that you reduced your investment. So you can see in the investing activities down towards the bottom, 638,000 reduction in your investments improved your cash position. So when I spoke about cash and investments together on a previous slide, they total increased by about 600,000 overall together between the two of them. Up at about halfway down the page, you can see cash from operating activities of about 1.91 million. So as we would expect, your general operations are producing positive cash flows. And then from that, you would have your capital activities, so your expenditures and capital assets. Part of the reason that you're raising those funds is to spend on infrastructure. And so that's the 1.288 million you can see there. So operating activities generating positive cash of 1.9 million, capital activities decreasing cash by 1.26, 1.27, and then the decrease in investments generating positive cash of 637,000 culminates in that net increase in cash of about 1.28 million. The schedule of accumulated surplus breaks out the overall accumulated surplus of 74.7 million that I mentioned into various components. And so we'll see that here, just highlighting a few numbers in particular. Most of your accumulated surplus is your investment in capital assets. So you can see that very top line, almost 67 million of the 74.7 is your investment capital assets. That's your infrastructure investments that you have and may have made over time on behalf of the municipality. The second line just below that is your current fund, and you can see that that has gone from a deficit position of about 650,000 to a surplus of 720. So that's that net change in your general fund that I mentioned of about $1.4 million. And then down towards the bottom, you have reserves and reserve funds. They're down slightly because you did draw on them. This excludes the obligatory reserve funds that we'll see in a future slide that are the development charges and gas tax and so on. Those are presented as a liability, not a component of your accumulated surplus, so they are not included here. So this is only a portion of your reserves and reserve funds. Just one of the strange things about public sector accounting. So deferred revenue is those obligatory reserve funds and other amounts. We'll see them on the next slide. These are monies that you've received that you're required to hold and spend for specific purposes under the Development Charges Act, your gas tax agreement, OSIF agreements, and so on. And so you can see in the obligatory reserve fund section at the top, the increase from 5.3 million to just under 6 million. That's that increase that I mentioned in those obligatory reserve funds. Basically, you received contributions in those funds of over $1 million, but spent less than 600,000 out of them. Again, reduced capital expenditures this year, meaning you needed to draw down those reserve funds less, and so the reserve funds have increased. Below that, then we have some other amounts related to various deposits and so on that also are included in deferred revenue. In total, then, your deferred revenue increased by about 800,000 year over year. So the last graph is the graph showing your reserves and reserve funds collectively. So this includes the ones included in deferred revenue and the ones included in your accumulated surplus. So this is all of your reserves and reserve funds as a percentage of your total tax revenue. It is lower than the average of our other municipalities. Our other municipalities average about 205%. Yours are about 146. Again, I'm not going to comment on what you should have in reserves and reserve funds. I'm not an expert on what your capital asset needs and infrastructure needs are going forward. And then the other comment I would say is to balance that against the fact that you have no debt, and various other municipalities have taken on debt rather than use the reserves and reserve funds. So while their reserves and reserve funds are higher, your debt is lower as a result. So comparing the two, your financial position isn't significantly different. It's just that you finance your capital asset in a different way. So with that said, just some next steps. So with your proposed approval of the draft financial statements today, that will allow us to finalize our audit report. The audited financial statements presented in the package are in draft, subject to your review and approval today. With that approval, then, we'll get our management representation letter signed by management, which will allow us to finalize the financial statements, and then that will allow us to submit the financial information return to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing on your behalf. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Murray. Fred?
Yeah, I have several questions. Maybe in fairness, you want me just to ask one and wait?
One, and then we'll get back to you.
You've already touched on this, so in a sense, you've maybe answered my question, so I'm not sure this is a question or a statement. But I was, on your slide 10, my eyebrows went up when I saw that our capital additions are not keeping up with amortization. And I suspect some of our staff would chastise council because we're not spending as much on capital as we probably should. But yet, where I was puzzled, and I guess this is my question, on slide 9, you actually show that we spend far more of our tax dollars, 52.8%, on capital than the average RLB client. So on the one hand, I look at the one slide and I think, gee, and you've already commented, you're not an expert on this, so you really can't comment. So maybe I'm making this as a statement. The one slide sort of I look at and I think, gee, maybe we're not spending enough on capital. And then I look at the next slide, or the slide before it, and it shows that we're spending quite a high proportion of our tax dollars on capital, much higher than your average client. So I sort of sit back at that point and I'm puzzled.
Yeah.
And I'd like, I mean, I know you're not the expert on this, but I put it out there. I'm puzzled and I'm not sure what lessons I should derive from these two slides.
Right, I can explain that one. So slide number 9, I believe it is.
Yeah.
I think you have the two lines reversed. So
Do I?
Mono is the green line, which is the lower one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're not spending.
So you're not spending as much on average relative to your tax base. But again, that isn't to say that you should have spent more, because I can't comment on that. Again, I'm not an engineer. I'm not an expert on your asset management plan, but you have traditionally spent less on capital asset additions than other municipalities.
Yeah, I did get them reversed. The writing's very small and my
Yes,
eyesight isn't
sorry.
good, but then that sort of reinforces my impression of slide 10, which is both slides seem to maybe suggest less, that we're not spending as much on capital as possibly we should. And don't let Matt smirk there, because I know what he's thinking. But I put that out there. It seems to me that this is telling us.
Yes.
Murray, does
like to make a
that
comment.
not go back to the issue of no debt versus debt?
Yeah, in part, yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So other municipalities are spending more, but they're spending with borrowed money as opposed to tax money.
Yeah, essentially. Or spending as much out of the reserves and reserve funds. But yeah, that's absolutely true. But again, every municipality is different and their infrastructure needs are different. So I won't comment on how much you should have spent to that point. But
I think Les
Can
wants
I
to-
just
Can
declare?
I recognize Les and then
Okay.
Melinda? Les was mentioned.
As far as not spending with debt, like we basically finance our capital project by setting aside reserves. As we build up these reserves and we use them, so that is reflected in the financial statements. But that is true. Like we've had some challenges in setting our tax rate in the last couple of years, where we have gone over inflation by quite a bit. For this year, 2025, it was 13%. So instead of, it's a balance. How much can the taxpayer pay and how much can we set aside? So we try to do a balance. So in some cases, we have deferred the capital where we can and deferred the reserve contribution just to keep a lid on the tax increase. And as it was 13%. So it was a big jump. So it's a balancing act. But I think overall, what the auditor is showing, we're still in pretty good shape because we have not accumulated debt despite our financials, I wouldn't say struggles, our challenges, trying to keep our projects going and keeping the tax rate down.
Thank you. Melinda?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Yeah, thank you for these slides, though it only does kind of complicate things when you say, well, we know what we're doing and how we want to do it and how we want to keep our tax down, but we also want to put in reserves, but we can't, it's all the whole balancing and everything, but then when you show us what other municipalities are doing, even though everybody's different, they are kind of the same beast, in which case we're different. And it seems that, yes, the one, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the municipalities, I'm assuming it's the same municipalities that you've used in all of the, right? That it was, you said Guelph and stuff, right?
previous years, yeah.
So they have a borrowed money. So we're on the zero and they borrowed money and their borrowing is increasing. But also then, when they have had reserves, their reserves are higher. And they've also then borrowed for the, it's like it's apples and oranges on how to really compare ourselves.
Yeah. So the graphs are presenting a picture, and we try to kind of compare to other municipalities. But in a lot of ways, it is comparing apples to oranges. Different municipalities have different infrastructure needs. Different municipalities have different priorities in terms of debt versus using reserves and reserve funds. To fund the reserves and reserve funds, that may largely be coming out of the tax base, so then keeping your taxes reasonable. There's all kinds of things that municipalities balance to try to come to the right mix, and to fund their infrastructure needs to the extent that they need to. So.
Yeah, because if you borrowed money, you would have you would then have payments that would need to be made. So you'd have increased expenses versus if you want to build your reserves, the increased expense becomes asking for more tax to put into the reserves, right?
Right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just before I recognize Elaine, I just want to follow up on this, the comparator issue. How comparable are your clients to the
Yeah.
town of Mono
Yeah.
in terms of population, in terms of tax base?
Yeah, so the town of Mono would be, I think, kind of mid-sized for our municipal clients. We have some that are a fair amount large. We have some that are quite a bit smaller. So you're probably right in the middle. But that's why we use total tax revenue as the kind of normalizing factors to try and create at least somewhat of a reasonable comparison. Certainly, a larger municipality would have a lot more infrastructure needs and so on. But if you do it as a percentage of tax revenue, then that should try to normalize for size, or at least the ability to raise funds to fund those infrastructure needs.
Thank you. Elaine has got her hand up.
Sure.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation, and thank you for, well, first of all, thank you to Les and staff for doing such an awesome job, and then for you packaging it so that we can represent this, to all those parties who need to know what we're doing and doing well. I wanted to just ask about the long-term debt and other clients that you have. What are they using long-term debt for? Like, what are they financing?
Yeah, it's a great
Is there an
question.
idea?
Yeah, so from what I've seen in terms of most of our municipal clients taking on new debt, it's usually for larger than average infrastructure investments. So, within an annual budget that any municipality is going to have, they have some money that is set aside for capital, either for current capital expenditures or to go into reserves and reserve funds for future capital expenditures. So usually when they're taking on debt, it's sizable amounts related to extraordinary capital projects that are kind of outside of what they feel that they could reasonably fund through their tax revenues or through reserves and reserve funds, and not wanting to deplete those reserves and reserve funds as significantly as they'd have to. So, larger environmental services projects, water, wastewater projects, major road projects that are kind of extraordinary relative to what you would have in a given year is typically when they are taking on new debt.
Okay, thank you very much. And then one other question, going back to expenditures by department comparable to other municipalities, and thank you for explaining what that looks like. Our percentage spent in each department, is that similar as to what you see in other areas? And I mean, I know there's a myriad of differences, like between like taking the total tax revenue as one thing, but there are so many other nuances that can impact that. I just wondered though, like, I would like to see a comparable. What does that look like in other municipalities that are very similar to Mono?
Yeah, it's a good point. I've been asked to show that comparison in the past, and the challenge with doing so is that, across our municipal base, we have some clients with very extensive water, wastewater facilities. So their environmental services budget and expenditures would be a lot greater. Some of them that are much smaller, and your transportation service is about 41%. We have some municipalities where it's well above 50, even approaching 60%, because that municipality has roads, a bit of rec and protection services, and that's about it. So that one's a harder comparison to make. Because of the range of municipalities that we have as clients, unfortunately. We can try and look at something like that for future years, but I would have to give quite a bit of thought to how we can present that in a way that makes sense.
Right, going back to the apples and oranges comparisons, we need to make sure we're doing closer to, green apples to red apples instead of.
Yeah. It's a good analogy. But just to generally answer your previous question, sorry, I forgot to do that. I would say that based on kind of the nature of your municipal operations, your expenditures by department are pretty comparable, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you. A comment and a question.
Sure.
About 5 to 10% of the male population are red-green colorblind.
Okay.
You know where I'm going to?
Yes.
So maybe you could try something else rather than colors in your pie charts and your graphs.
Okay. Yeah.
Could you go to page 14, or slide 14, please?
I will have to, there we go, okay.
So in the statement of operations, the two numbers that struck me there was that our budget for 2024 was 13 million, and our actuals, revenue was 14 million. And the primary difference there seems to be in fees and user charges, and we gained about $1 million in fees and user charges, more than we expected to. Can you or Les explain what that's about?
Yeah, so that relates to the Highway 9 water main extension. So there was the 1.3 million, give or take, that was being recovered from the property owners along that extension. That goes into revenue, and it winds up being part of your capital assets, but it's funded as part of your tangible capital assets in your infrastructure, but it's funded through those property owners, and so that's why it's a revenue, and so that's why, and it wasn't budgeted, I assume, without putting words in your management's mouths here, assume not budgeted because it was expected to be recoverable. So it's kind of an in and an out, except that you're paying it out first and then collecting it back over time.
So we can't benefit by that next year.
Yeah, it's ultimately in and out, and you're going to be collecting the cash over time to recover what you'd spent previously in 2024.
And that must have been expensed in the schedule somewhere. Was that expensed under environment or?
No, it goes into your capital assets, and then it will be amortized over time. So it will hit expenses, but slowly over the life of the infrastructure.
Okay, thanks for your presentation.
And we're one to net that amount out. How do we look in terms of fees and charges? Are we increasing, decreasing, treading water?
It looks like relative to last year, you'd be down slightly, but fairly comparable to where you were, fairly comparable to budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how do we compare with other municipalities?
I think fairly comparably. Again, with
Yeah.
different municipalities, some of your fees and user charges would come from rec, from various things, and so it really depends on the extent of your operations. But I think relative to your total revenues, I would say it's fairly comparable.
Okay.
When you back out that 1.3.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Fred?
Yeah, I had a question very similar to what Ralph and to some extent what John just asked you. You show long-term receivables, and you have a note number 2 on that, of $1.3 million being that money we expect to get from the landowners along Highway 9. I was surprised that that's in here because, now Les, maybe I got it wrong. We run a water system, we charge people for the water, and then we pay Orangeville to run that system. And I thought all of those amounts are sort of not on our books because they're separate, and our people who get water pay for the water system and the taxpayer doesn't. So I was surprised when I saw this 1.3 million long-term receivable in our financial statement, because that's a cost that has to be borne by the water users. So why is that number on these?
And it was borne by the water users. Like that we upfronted the construction of the water main along Highway 9.
We being the financial statement,
Town.
we the taxpayer, we the town.
Taxpayer, yes. And at one point, Murray could confirm that, it was initially an unfinanced capital.
A what?
An unfinanced capital expenditure. And so once the project was completed, we allocated the cost of that project to the various property owners based on frontage. There was a formula that was agreed upon in the agreement. So once it comes out of unfinanced capital, it is now a receivable because now it's being financed over a 10-year loan period.
Okay, but in really simple terms, remember, I'm a simple guy. The cost of that pipeline is going to be paid for by the water users and not the taxpayer.
Yes, because we have an agreement with them to pay it. And that's why we set up a receivable, because they then paid 100% back. There was a couple property owners that did pay what they owed in shares, but the rest selected the loan agreement. Now, the plus to the loan agreement, we're getting 5% interest on a straight annual basis.
Which isn't a bad investment, these days, right? Okay, I'll pretend I understand. I just was surprised that it was shown in here, but I think I understand Les's explanation.
So to be fair, our water infrastructure and expenditures, same for sewage, is segregated completely from the standpoint of users paying, but not the general taxpayer.
Correct.
Okay, but it has to be reported somewhere.
Yeah, it needs to be presented in your financial statements, but it is a user pay system, and it's not funded through the general tax base.
I just, because of something I'm going to say later on in the meeting, I wanted to get that out there.
So, but that's why the example of this one is in there, because the taxpayers did put the money up front to cover it, and then we're having the users, versus the other system so far, and maybe we'll do it differently in the future, but so far it's always just been, you're using it, you pay for it, and
Well, then shouldn't the water users get the benefit of the 5% a year revenue that they're earning on this loan?
No, because we fronted the money.
Users are paying the 5%. Because they didn't pay their, proportionate share of that 1.3 million
Yeah.
up front. So they essentially are borrowing from the municipality for their share of that 1.3 million.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we put up the money. Mike?
So just to help Deputy Mayor Nix and all the council, I'll get Les to ship out the local improvement bylaw again, because I know you love to read. So it's all explained in there on how this gets back to, the council passed, I guess, probably 5 years ago, right? Like this project has been on the books for quite some time.
Long in the making.
One question for you, Mary. Of those municipalities that choose to debt finance, what kind of debt are they running? I know we have a maximum amount that we're allowed, debt that we're allowed, but and any idea on what their annual repayment plans are?
I can provide that information separately if that's okay, and then if you'd like to forward that information on to council, I can give you the range. Certainly, I know that we have some other municipalities that have no debt, but then we have some that have it, in the, many millions of dollars of debt.
Many millions.
Yeah.
And you find,
Yeah.
so you're finding they're just, and how many of those actually get out of that ever again, right?
Yeah, again, it tends to be for larger infrastructure projects, so they take on debt and then they pay it down. It might be over, 20, 30 years in some cases, but yeah, it's a lengthy process to get out. Again, it's a balancing act between raising more and having more sitting in reserve funds that are earning interest but paying interest on the debt side, versus spending the money out of your reserve funds, not taking debt. You're not earning interest on the reserve fund investments, but you're also not paying the interest on the loan. So it's all a balancing act, essentially.
Thanks, and Councillor Davies.
just a balancing act while your infrastructure continues to crumble and need more, right? Like it's a forever needing.
Yeah.
I think I said this in the fall, is council is embarking on a new era where we're running our reserves. In order to beef up our reserves, we have to put the percentage to the taxpayer, and it's becoming harder and harder every year because of councils being responsible to their ratepayers, right? So we're on that cusp right now, I think, of when we're going to start either dipping seriously into our reserves, asking the taxpayers to fully fund or debt finance, like we're there, because we're deferring. We've already deferred out of Matt's road plan. We deferred year one, and probably have to have some very tough decisions in year two, and it's where our reserves are starting to catch our capital expenses.
Well, if there's no further questions, thank you very much, Murray. This simply proves what I've been saying for some time, and that is that relying on the residential taxpayer or commercial taxpayer is not sustainable going forward. Something's got to give, and this, I think, gives us some ideas of what our options are. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have a motion that we approve the 2024 consolidated financial statements provided by RLB Chartered Accountants, moved by Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Capes. Any further discussion on this? Any opposed? And that motion is carried. Again, thank you very much. Now, we had on the agenda a scheduled break at 10:30.
But we didn't finish public
Ah,
questions.
yes. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Fred, over to you.
So, and also, council, I'm going to bring the consultant planner down for unfinished business. Should council wish to ask any questions, Deborah will be here for a short time, then she'll head back upstairs.
We certainly can, but let's get through the questions first and then see if that takes us to the break time.
So we have 4 questions submitted online in advance, Your Worship. They're all from the same resident, so we'll start at the beginning. And what are the guidelines with respect to social media posts for using the Town of Mono's logos and emblems and any other artifacts?
Good question.
So, Fred, I'd love to have you expound on this.
Okay, so the town does have a social media policy, but it applies to staff, council, members of committees and boards, so it's not really applicable to the public. Notwithstanding that, our marks and logos are protected under 2 different ways. There is, of course, in Canada, the common law trademark rights, so we have those, but also we own 3 trademarks, we being the corporation of the Town of Mono, and one of those is the crest. So the Town of Mono crest is a trademarked item protected under law. We also own the words Headwaters and Headwaters Country. Those are trademarked by the Town of Mono. So the bottom line is, yes, we can protect our trademarks and other symbols of the town.
How can the hospital be called Headwaters?
Well, apparently the Town of Mono hasn't enforced that particular trademark. We've had Headwaters trademark since 1995. Headwaters Country since 1998. And I believe it's also 1995, 1995 when we registered the town crest. So those are all protected under trademark legislation, and of course we have common law trademark rights in this country, which anything we put out and present as being the Town of Mono is protected under that.
So it's interesting, the source of this question runs a Facebook page that prominently features the town crest.
Thank you very much for the information. And thank you, Anthony, for asking the question, because we've been asking you to take the crest off for a while. And I am a member of that group, and he may block me because it is a private group. It's his private group, started as a real estate and discussion back in 2015 or something like that. And so we do have a Town of Mono Facebook, and it might be worth revisiting an ability for our residents to ask and get questions answered now, because so many of the questions and comments, and I know that the mayor is very active on this site, so many of them are, well, why is not the town doing this, and how come this, and Mayor, will you answer this? And it already clearly is amongst the users of that group, the feeling that that is the Town of Mono site, and why would I need to go anywhere else to get Town of Mono information and questions answered? And which I find very upsetting, because of course it isn't, and a lot of the 3,000 people that are on there aren't even residents of Town of Mono, right? Because that's what Facebook is. It's a networking for, the big, elbows up kind of a thing, so.
Elaine, and then we'll go to the next question.
Right, well, thank you for bringing that forward, Anthony, as a question, and demonstrating respect for what is legally the Town of Mono's property. And thank you, Melinda, for your comment. And I have to say, I field so many questions and comments from people who say, but I thought that was the town. And I have been, as you know, vehemently arguing for us to make a change so that this doesn't cause confusion out there with our residents. So we'll have to look at this deeper, but this was a good question to raise, and now we can make a solution. So thank you.
And in an ideal world, Mr. Zuckerberg would have rules that would protect communities such as Mono from expropriation of our, our trademarked emblems. But unfortunately, it's not a perfect world.
Right, with all due respect, Mayor, that those people who run those platforms don't care.
It's interesting that we have a history on why in 1995 and 1998 we felt strongly about headwaters and headwaters country. Like, remember we talked about this before. How about trademarking Town of Mono as a thing?
Well, I can speak to 1995, and we did trademark it. I think there was a decision made at some point that it would cost us a great deal of money and time to enforce and chase down everyone who wanted to use the term headwaters. And so the hospital, decided to call themselves Headwaters Healthcare. We have other businesses, actual businesses in the community that use the term headwaters. Question is how much, how much money and time do you want to spend enforcing it? But there may be instances where we want to because it's outrageous or it's just deemed to be a ripoff.
Right, but my question was all of Dufferin is kind of like the headwaters. Like, is it really just Mono? Like, why did we choose? Why did Mono choose that when we've got the threes as our motto and stuff like why?
Because we had a CAO at the time who was involved in the creation of the term headwaters. I was partly responsible for that as well. I don't want to brag, but I was. And it was felt that it was worth protecting until we discovered how much energy it would take to actually protect it, and setting up a mechanism where we might license it and that kind of thing became very complex.
Right. So, but are we in a different space now where Town of Mono might be worth it?
Yeah, Fred.
I was just going to add, because I had this discussion with Keith McNenly on several occasions, and I should have had this discussion with you, but while it's wonderful to think we are the headwaters of the Credit, the Nottawasaga, and the Humber, in actual fact, Amaranth and East Gary could claim to be the headwaters of the Credit just as well as we can, and in actual fact, the Nottawasaga starts in Amaranth, not in Mono. But I know your sense of geography needs a bit of improvement.
Elaine?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Fred, for bringing that up. And I believe that could have been the beginning of when that was registered as a trademark, because our welcome signs to Mono used to say, "Welcome to the headwaters of the Credit, blah, 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 4 rivers." And like that was, I was really, really disappointed when we took those signs down, because we need people to appreciate where they're coming to and to appreciate the environment and the source of their water. So I was vehemently opposed to changing those signs, but I didn't succeed. But that's where that did start, and I know that because the past CAO, he did sort of by agreement let others use that name, because we also had headwaters tourism, and we tried to define this whole region, Caledon, Dufferin, as headwaters. And that's sort of gone by the wayside now, because there are other people doing different things. So now there's Caledon tourism and Dufferin tourism, and it's different, but still, I believe that that's why we were protecting, trademarking that name, because we were calling ourselves the headwaters of. Welcome to the headwaters of those 4 rivers. That's gone. Anyway, thank you.
Mike, and then next question, Fred.
Sorry if Andrew, you could make that question a little bigger again for us. I think the whole gist and the answer to that question is one of the biggest problems I think that is occurring is that when you open that Facebook page, it leads you to believe that it is the town of Mono. And it would be nice if the person that generated that Facebook page would take into account that not to misuse our logo, not to misrepresent to residents, and make it very tough for residents to understand the difference between what's a Q&A Facebook page and what the real town of Mono is. There is some great stuff on that page. It does, and I believe that we utilize it for some of our events as well. It does get off the rails, but that's Facebook, right? So it does. It's a problem. But it would be nice if the creator of that website would make it very clear to people that it's not the town of Mono official website, and it could still host, because it's got thousands, I think, right, of people, right, so on, and hope that Facebook becomes a very healthy situation for people as opposed to problematic stuff.
Great.
Next
Thank
question.
you. And if I could just make one last comment. Legally, Town of Mono is a legal entity and cannot be, should not be used by anybody else. Like, that is our legal registered name, not somebody else's to use. I'm no lawyer, but that's what I would say.
Fred?
Moving on to the next question, or?
Yes, please.
Your call, your worship.
Yes, please.
Sorry. Okay. I said the town's legal name is Corporation of the Town of Mono.
Oh.
And that's why you see that in bylaws and agreements. Corporation of the Town of Mono. The next question, let me catch up on that. Thank you, Mr. Dahmer. Can council please provide an update on the status with regards to Rogers Infusion Tech?
Okay. So work continues, and I think anyone who's been driving Hockley Road has seen Fusion Tech trucks out there bearing cable. Obviously, the project is behind schedule, behind the dates that were originally promised to us. I keep in touch with a contact in Rogers and encourage them to move along as quickly as they can and activate as many people as they possibly can with what they've currently installed. There is a page on our website that shows very clearly where road allowance permits have been issued. It is, I believe, up to date, and it shows many more locations where we anticipate installation the installation hasn't yet occurred, but the permits have been issued. So we are doing everything we can to speed it up as well. We are encouraging, at least I've been encouraging Rogers and others to look at high-speed wireless options, whether it be Bell, Rogers, or ViaNet. We still have a water tower that does not have any communications on it currently, and would welcome any company coming to us and negotiating a spot on the tower in the same way that MonoNet had one for a number of years. So a lot of people don't know about our web page, and that shows where lines have been installed and where they've been applied for. Elaine?
It's too bad our questioner wasn't there live so that I could, because I'm curious to know what is it that people are looking for that is not on the website? Like, what is the type of information they want to better understand than what is already there? I don't know.
I sincerely think the problem is that people think it's our project. It's not our project. It's a project funded by the federal government, funded by, or let's say there's a promise of funding. I'm going to choose my words there very carefully. There's a promise of funding by both the federal and provincial governments towards the wiring of the entire town of Mono. And we can put pressure on them but we do not dictate the speed at which they work or their priorities in terms of where they roll it out. Ralph?
Do we know how many residents have been connected?
The last report I had was there were either 200 or on the verge of 200 being connected.
On
They
the
may
verge.
well have already, I've heard reports of some people already being connected, but I think it's in excess of 200 residents will be connected, either have been or will be shortly.
Well, I have to say, it's a huge disappointment, the way this is rolled out. I know we don't have any
There's
result.
nothing we can do about it.
It's not our problem, and yet it is our problem. It was 4 years ago that I was approached by somebody who's no longer with Rogers to indicate that all of the town of Mono was going to be hooked up. And he suggested it be done in a year sort of thing. And we're 4 years. I've got a piece of cable sitting between my house and the laneway, which is not hooked up to anything because there's no main line out there. And I think it's very disappointing.
I share that, but it literally is, I do what I can privately to ensure, their commitment to this, and I have no reason to believe that they are walking back their commitment. It's just taking an incredibly long time. Elaine, and then Melinda, did you have a question?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just further to what you said, again, what is it that we need to put on the website so people clearly understand that this funding is coming from the provincial and federal governments, that they have given them, the funding directly to these agents to commit. Maybe we need to be more explicit about how this project is being run, and maybe we should be putting the contact information to complain about it, put Kyle Seeback's email link, and anybody else who's connected with this so that they can directly email and say, why is this not moving forward? Anyway, I'm just being a troublemaker.
No, I think you've got some good points there, Mike.
So the contact information for Fusion Tech is already on our website, we still get calls for hydro outages, bell telephone outages, cell phones not working. The town is normally the first public relations on utilities, and that won't stop. And Public Works administration is well versed on what to respond to residents, and that's not such a bad thing that we correspond with our residents. But there is a Fusion Tech number on our website plus an email. So and that's on the first page of the fiber optic permitting, I believe.
Thank you. Next question from Mr. Hussain.
Okay, so the next question is, surrounding towns are all securing grants for things such as road and infrastructure improvement. What is Mono's goal with grants and putting towards projects that our current budget doesn't allow for? I said all that with my microphone off, my apologies.
So, if I could lead off, the surrounding towns are securing grants. Some of those grants are for expediting housing and big housing developments. They aren't necessarily, and in fact, I can almost say for certain, that they aren't for things like paving roads, existing roads. They have to do with growth. And if the questioner raises an interesting question for us as a municipality, do we embrace that, or are we skeptical about it from the standpoint of whether or not that growth ultimately pays for itself? My position is it does not pay for itself.
No.
Those grants are a sugar rush, and whether it be 5 years, 10 years, or 15 years, those communities will be in trouble because what they are accepting by way of development is not paying for itself, either through development charges or these one-time grants. Does anyone else have any comments on that?
I agree completely.
I agree too.
I agree. I agree with you completely on that topic, but just in general, it's it's a much broader accusatory question from a person who seems to watch what we're talking about here every couple of weeks. We've got something on the agenda today, if you do watch the whole meeting, that will talk about grants and funding that our staff has acquired for us without increasing taxes to get playgrounds and so on. There are lots and lots of things that grants come for. Our snowshoe landing library, a small one, and these road ones are for major roads, so that there can in the future be development that, well, we don't know who's going to pay for that, because there's been all sorts of promising about pay, and the developers don't even want to spend the money. So we'll build you a big highway through your town, but no, we're not going to pave the residential streets for you with a grant. It just that kind of money just isn't there. So if you grants, it's a broad question, and I'm offended on behalf of our staff that work very hard to find additional sources of funding for us, and are successful repeatedly with grants. And if you watch the meetings, you'll find that is true.
And our staff and the town goes after every single grant dollar we can possibly access. We leave no stone unturned, as Melinda has said. And if the questioner had been watching the presentation of our auditor, he will have noticed the decline, precipitous decline, in provincial grant monies that we've experienced.
Availability, not us not asking for them.
That's right. We do our best, and we sometimes are successful, and other times are not. But the days of the province being a partner with us in terms of bridges and roads seems to have long passed, unfortunately. Elaine, and then I'll move to the next question.
Yeah, thank you. And it's good to get these questions so that we can put it out to people. Let me get my hand off here. I think if we look around at some surrounding communities, and I won't name them, they've had huge growth, and they are in huge debt, and they have huge infrastructure challenges. And I would say that development does not pay for
Yeah, we've lost Elaine. Okay. Let's move to the next question. We can regroup for Elaine when she comes back on.
So, Your Worship, the final question is, we notice with an unofficial poll that many of the residents are not getting the attention to their concerns or feedback using the proper channels through the town. What can be done to improve interactions with our residents?
What unofficial poll?
On his Facebook page.
This is an Anthony poll on his Facebook page. 60% of respondents roughly were dissatisfied with the town, and 30% were satisfied, and then there was 10% who didn't know what to think.
There was about 30 people when I looked at it that had answered the poll, and
it's
a lot of those were not Mono residents.
I can guarantee you that the town takes any criticism or issues with residents that we actually talk to very seriously. We make amendments, we make outreach immediately, and it's one thing that I stand behind very firmly on our response times with residents, and we try to work through as quick as possible.
I think I'm back, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Somehow I got kicked out and had to rejoin, so I apologize for that, some technical glitch. So yes, so development does not pay. And so the other thing that we did have, and thank you for bringing that forward, Your Worship, there was a great success in all the hard work that staff did to apply for other grants that we could use to fund projects within Mono. And yes, as you pointed out earlier, going from $1 million down to $400,000 is a huge impact on us when we talk about provincial funding for things. And again, I think we need to all put some pressure on the people who are not playing nice.
Thank you,
Like the
Elaine.
problem is
We're
the
on,
feds.
Elaine, we're on to the next question having to do with a unofficial poll on a certain website that has been discussed earlier.
Oh.
And the suggestion is that people are not getting attention to their concerns and/or feedback using proper channels through the town. We are disputing that, and I would say that I personally communicate with a number of the people who voted no, as it were, and I have no difficulty getting our message across. Melinda?
Thank you very much. And
Melinda, sorry to interrupt you. I'll make the invitation that if the question submitter has a person who comes to them who says they're not getting attention, that he can give them my contact information. Thank you, Melinda.
Thank you, Anthony, again for this question. And I think that later on in our agenda, there's an item that might help with this. That it isn't necessarily one. I know that we are representative of our residents, and we need to know what our residents' concerns are about. But it's not up to me personally to answer a question to outside of the realm of our decision-making job for the whole. So we can bring the information here, but the concerns that residents have mostly should be directed towards the staff in the appropriate department so that they can actually implement a solution for them. Like prime example, snow plowing in the wintertime, right? You call the counselor. Counselor says, yes, okay, you didn't get through. I'll try to help you, but I'm not going to come and snow plow. It has to happen through staff, and also the snowplow can't come right away because we've only got one, and one's over there, he'll come, right? I mean, like there's channels that go through, and this Facebook conversation thing, it's the water cooler stuff that it's good for bitching about things, but it isn't good for actually providing solutions for the residents. So the residents really need to have the almost like I answered a question the other day because with a private message to somebody because I just couldn't stand that they were asking a question yet again, that it was like direct call the town and speak to the appropriate person. And it's almost like we need to publish again our directory of our staff that will help you.
Under council reports, I will be addressing another Facebook page that has run amok with misinformation having to do with water rates and increased cost of water in the town. And I will be giving examples of stuff that frankly is just plain made up. And that's the problem with Facebook. It can be a cesspool of misinformation and people feeding off each other in terms of their grievances. So, but I'm not going to do that now. That's our last question, I believe, Fred?
Yes, it is, Your Worship.
Okay. Is it council's wish to take that 10:30 break now at 10:40?
Well, Deb's down here. Do you want to handle that one
Yeah.
item that she's here for?
Deborah, are you here for a specific item under unfinished business?
But I've been today to speak to the large residential homes, not to speak to it generally, but if council had any questions with respect to outdoor rural lighting and large residential homes. She's here, she's available. If you prefer, she's upstairs after this, but I wanted to put her in front of council just for the unfinished business.
But do you want to do that? But do you want to do that?
Can you spare 10 minutes and then we'll come back to your item? Thank you, appreciate that. Okay, 10-minute break, sharp.
Okay, Andrew, we're going to go into recess. Thank you.
We're back live.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. And we're going to go to unfinished council business. And we have our planning consultant, Deborah, here, who specifically would like to speak to the issue of the larger homes. Sorry?
No, it was if we had any questions, she's available.
Yes, and I think on the topic of the large homes and the outdoor lighting. So does anyone have anything to say on those two topics or questions to ask? Melinda?
Oh, wait a second. Apparently we're not, Elaine's not back yet, or?
Well, when she comes, I'll recognize her.
Okay, well, thank you very much. This is on the, my questions now are on the heels of, we have had a number of, and I know that everybody, I'm not the only one who gets contacted by residents, but we've had a number of residents who have been quite disappointed in our backpedaling on the new decision that the council has made to undesignate the Anderson Farm. And so that will open presumably the a visible property to a new development. Not multiple developments of townhouses or anything, but presumably a large home is coming down the pipe. And so one of the thoughts that I had was that if we're going to forge ahead with that, then these things about the site alteration, large homes, the lighting, that maybe could we move a little bit faster on these so that we have something in place before we get ourselves into a further problem. So that was what I was wanting to ask.
So, Deborah, you and I were talking during the break about approaches that could be taken. And I had always thought that a site plan requirement for a larger than usual home might be something that is worthy of consideration. And you indicated that that's no longer possible, but that there is an approach through zoning which could accomplish almost the same thing. Could you briefly describe that and also address the issue of how soon can we get something in place, and you know, what would it be? Zoning changes and or official plan?
Okay, thank you. All right. So, as you know, the province recently removed the ability to apply site plan control on single residential units if there's less than 10 units in the development. So we're dealing with infill at this point and redevelopment of individual sites. So we can't use site plan anymore, except in very specific circumstances, for instance, where a property is abutting a rail land or where there are hazard lands on the site. Other than that, we have to rely on a zoning bylaw. And a zoning bylaw can be used for things like setbacks, for prescribing landscaping, various requirements that can help to screen or control development. We can't really say, you know, well, we're going to say your maximum house size is X, because that's just going to lead to a lot of challenges. But what we can do is break it down a little bit. Things like, you know, for homes up to this, you can have these requirements. For homes up to that size, you have to increase your landscaping or increase your setbacks or things like that. Those are all possibilities that we can explore. A zoning bylaw amendment is amendable. You can get variances on it. It's not handcuffing anyone. You can also add a little bit more oomph to it if you want to include something like a bonusing requirement in an OP or a zoning bylaw, and that will say if you want to go a little bit higher, then you have to include some additional landscaping or what have you, and you can start kind of playing around with those different ideas until we get something that works. But we're not going to get a one-size-fits-all. We need to find something that is flexible enough that it can accommodate people's wants, as well as, you know, maintaining that rural character that everyone is so fond of.
Melinda and then Ralph.
So the goalposts are changing then on us as we take longer to get through our big list. So because we had a planning report that was sent back with respect to the large homes. So you just said you can't set a maximum home size. So is the work that has been done obsolete now with these new regulations, in which case we're starting from square one, in which case the big question is how soon can you get something to us?
You can put a maximum home size on, but you're going to be challenged all over the place. It's better to do something that's a little more flexible, where there's a bit of give and take in the bylaw. That was what I meant. If you can add provisions that, for something that is over a certain size, then we increase requirements for landscaping and things like that. Usually landscape strips, we can add definitions of what qualifies as landscaping. We can do all of those things. They're all subject to amendment or variance, but they're good guidelines for people when they're starting to develop their homes.
Ralph? And then Elaine?
Two questions. I want to pursue this question of a maximum house size a bit more. You said we're going to be challenged on that, and is that a so what, or is that a stone wall we can't climb? Because obviously we're into a period where I think that people are looking at the size of the developments and considering them more in terms of the value that they have on society as a whole, as much as more than we have in the past. And I'm sure we're going to move into an area where, just because you got the money doesn't mean you can build it.
In terms of my statement that you're going to be challenged, you will. You have to recognize that if you put zoning requirements that are very, very tight, that you're going to be getting a lot of variances, which increases the amount of work your committee is doing, and increases the amount of work that your staff is doing. So you have to balance all of these things. So the best way to approach it is create a bylaw that's already flexible and is already able to accommodate a range of desires in terms of residential development, while balancing the needs of the community.
Okay, so the challenges are likely to be within our community with respect to variances and things like that. It's not some other control beyond us that's provincial or otherwise. Right.
Elaine?
It'll be minor variance. What Deb's saying is, I'll pick a number, 5,000 square, council decides that 5,000 square foot per 100 acres is the highest lot or square footage that they want. Person wants to build 5,500. That sits into their perfect. That would be deemed minor, and those are appealable. Deb, those are appealable. Council finds himself at the OLT fighting for 500 square feet when the person's out of it. Or you head the other way where 8,000 square feet is the home that people want. You will get my family's going to live here. It's going to house many people. This is solving the housing crisis by making a 10-bedroom house. Council will hear these troubled statements. And those are the 5,000 to 8,000 now becomes a zoning bylaw amendment. You're back at the OLT. These are all fightable again, and council is aware of the legal costs that the OLT takes. Right? These are not necessarily going to be your community members. These are going to be your new community members, the new people moving, the people that have chosen Mono as the place for their home, their second home, or whatever it may be. So those are the challenges that Deb is talking about. They're legal. They're going to be deemed as and what Deb's offering is a more palatable way to work through it. You can set your limits. Hopefully they're big enough that we don't end up in the OLT all the time. But you can work towards other ways of landscaping and protection and stuff like that as a zoning bylaw requirement. So that would be in the form of a site plan and not a site plan agreement, right?
In terms of the site plan, I can't put a site plan agreement on a single residential house, as you know. But in terms of landscaping requirements, zoning requirements, setbacks, things like that, those all are checked as part of a building permit.
So, thank you, Mike, I appreciate that. Can we mandate green building standards and other things such as heating mechanisms such as air source heat pumps, et cetera? Can we mandate that?
That's dicey, and in terms of the green building standards, even now on commercial and industrial type uses, the province is proposing to take those away.
I didn't quite hear you, Deb.
Sorry. In terms of your imposing things like green standards, things that go above and beyond the building code, unfortunately, well, or fortunately, depending on your point of view, the province is contemplating taking that away.
Elaine?
Thank you very much. Some good comments, and I really like the whole approach of being flexible. And things that we can consider that we put in there are things like landscaping, setbacks. And I would like us to consider height of land so that you're not building something that sticks out like a sore thumb somewhere. So height of land is something that I was enlightened to because that's how they build in South Africa.
But you can't do that. Can you
Well,
do that? You
anyway.
can't do that. Isn't people, that's the whole view thing, a house on a hilltop, white picket fence and all that. You can't do that, can you? Can you?
I'd have to look at that, but the idea of measuring heights above sea level for a zoning bylaw seems a little bit unmanageable.
Well, no, height of
Unfortunately.
land, so in relation to the land around it. The other thing too is like, how do we account for like water use, like the environmental impact that some of these houses can have? Like I've seen some plans with 6 to 8 bathrooms and 2 to 3 kitchens. You know, this is a big impact on. Anyway, I appreciate your point of view about making it flexibility and some things that we can consider.
Linda?
So can I, on our list now, that this unfinished business, because I know, I'm thinking about procedures and policies. This is our unfinished list. We've already given direction to our staff in 2020 to 2022, new site alteration, which is gone, might as well take it off, or change it completely, to 2022, and then the lighting one was in 2024. So we've got these things on the list. We've got an estimated date coming up, the Q4 2025. That's what we're just about to enter. So do we need more directive out of this discussion, or can we ask you to amalgamate those ones? Is that the wish of council, to really get this on the up and to something that isn't just a wish list for us now that we know that there are changed parameters, and I think there's an urgent need for this to get done. Can we do that?
So the new site alteration, that's, you're mixing a clerk responsibility with the planning now.
Okay.
So the clerk has been working with Andrew, and I can let him speak to the timeline, but The clerk's list obviously is fairly,
Let's
fairly
stay
long.
with Deborah's.
But if you stick with
Deborah's
Deborah's here for this reason. That Q4 has been set by Deborah. So that's why I brought her down here. I wanted to hear a little bit of information from council, because this is a different approach than what was presented to council, which in 2023-ish. With the previous planner, right? It was a different approach, and I think personally, I think this is a better approach, and it would be more clear for the residents, and especially for those building. So, but that's why Deborah's here, is to sort of. I believe Fred updated the unfinished based on his conversation with Deborah, so that's why Deborah's here, is to commit, provided she doesn't get a lot of stuff thrown at her, but new stuff. But
So
generally, this is what we're looking at.
Is it safe to say that we would welcome as soon as possible a report from you, giving us options as to how we could amend our zoning bylaw to accomplish the objective that you've heard us all speak to, and possibly the official plan as well. And the urgency on this is obvious. It's not simply one specific property that may or may not attract a, quote, monster home. It's the fact that we've all seen other places where setbacks are absolutely inadequate, both in terms from the to the road, to a road or to a neighbor's property. We have one terrible example, in my view, up in on the edge of town in the south end, where a house is built within millimeters of what would be described as our current setback rules, and it's an abomination. I mean, it just is so out of place with the rest of the neighborhood, and I think Elaine will know the house that I'm referring to. So I think we need to look at setbacks. We need to look at landscaping requirements, if they can be incorporated into a zoning bylaw. And I don't think we're looking for trying to cap the size of a house, although in a perfect world we might like to do that. But I think we're looking at differentiating between larger homes versus smaller homes. Maybe the setbacks are different. Maybe the landscaping requirement isn't as necessary for the smaller home as it is for the larger home. Have I encapsulated, and I'm just going to recognize Elaine first and then Melinda.
Thank you, Your Worship. And in keeping with the surrounding area, so that the house that you just spoke of doesn't happen. If there's more conversation on this item, I'm happy for us to continue, but I have a separate item, so I'll
So that's a great summary. I think also the lighting situation, wondering how, this whole light pollution, we've all been on summer holidays. I had the pleasure of going up to Parry Sound and see the Milky Way and stuff, and I remember that when I first moved
see
here to
that
Mono-
here. Yep.
Pardon? Yeah, I could see it from my place. Can't see it from everywhere anymore because I have a neighbor who turned on the lights. So is that, are we able to do something with that? Has that, because it really is in fashion now to really have your property, and I think that it's because the people think it's beautiful, because certainly for security, it's better to have the cat burglar, shocked by a light that comes on with motion, as opposed to just having ooh, look at that lovely cake, I want to go break into it, right? So anyway, do we have, is there something new about that we can't say you can't do that?
In terms of the lighting, the report that I was proposing to bring back would be related to what other municipalities have done, what the options are, what choices you might be able to make, and then ask for further direction so that we can scope it down a little bit. But I'd like to give you sort of a picture of what is available and then council can
Awesome.
deliberate that and choose, okay? Can I go back with a question on the housing report that you're asking
Yeah.
for, please? You've all, well, not all of you, but many of you have mentioned the previous report from the previous planner. What was it specifically about that approach that you did not like?
I couldn't understand it,
Okay. Which part of it?
all of it,
Okay, let me.
from what I can remember of it.
Okay. I'll just give kind of an idea of what the development envelope idea is. Basically, a development envelope is an area of disturbance on the lot. It's a set amount. Inside that area of disturbance, an owner would have to contain their house, their septic, their driveway, all of their landscaping, like their manicured landscaping, pools, all of those things that weren't there before they got there. The idea being that if you want, as you mentioned, Councillor Capes, six bathrooms, okay, then you have 6 bathrooms, but you have a huge septic, which means now you have to reduce something else. You don't have space for a pool anymore. Oh, well. So you're balancing those priorities, and it forces people to really consider what they want, what they need, what they can live without, because it all must fit inside this space. That's the idea behind development envelope.
Beautiful.
And was that what was being presented to us the last time?
It was generally, yes.
Okay. Ralph?
I just want to comment on John's list of considerations here, as I differ in one respect particularly, and we've discussed this somewhat already, and that is the issue of a house size. I'm very much against really large houses for all the good reasons that you know, their carbon footprint to create them, the ongoing carbon footprint to maintain them, et cetera. So I do differ, John, in that. I think it's a really important issue, and I'm not sure how we best get around it. We've talked a little bit about it here, but I just want to make sure that that's out there.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you for explaining that, because I do recall in the presentation and reading it, that was a term that was used a lot. And I know, looking at my property recently, just sitting in the garden because it was just so hot in the house, that yeah, everything that is how it should be, that everything should be in one place. That is manageable for repairing it and all sorts of things, as opposed to having some sort of a guest house on the back 40 that is a whatever, right? With respect to the size thing, you know, there are places in the world where, you know, 2-3 generations live in a room. And then there are places here that are being built now where 3 generations need to live in 2 huge big buildings stuck together, right? Like culturally, and the expectations and so on, there's such variety. But if you limited it to a portion of the land, then you by default limit it, because, as you say, you can't have the septic system where your family room is going to be. It has to be outside, right? So that does, and then that's all still allowed, and that hasn't been changed in an effort to increase intensification, right?
Yeah, yes, you can do all of those things with zoning bylaw. You just require that everything be contained in a development envelope, and then you define the development envelope to include driveways, landscaped areas, septic, house, garage, outbuildings, pool, everything.
Deborah, can
Okay, I like that.
you do both?
Both.
Both the envelope approach combined with zoning prescriptions with regard to setbacks, landscaping, and so forth?
Absolutely.
You can do both? Okay. Now I understand the former report a little bit better in terms of how it's just been explained. And it's a little more appealing to me, but I would encourage pursuing both, or a combination of each.
I think what was wrong with the last report was just we wanted it to be a little bit more succinct. We got kind of caught in the weeds trying to.
Elaine?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So, Ralph's comment shouldn't go unnoticed because Canadian home building and Canadian homes are one of the biggest carbon impacts because of how we build homes that require massive air conditioning, massive heating systems, and all of those things. So I was in a webinar, I forget who hosted it, some environmental group, and we are one of the biggest offenders through the type of housing that we actually build. So I think we do need to be conscious of that. That's good. And I do like the development envelope approach, but yes, I think it got lost on us the last time. But yes, with zoning and all of that good stuff, I think that's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you feel you have enough direction to proceed?
I do, yes, thank you. Thank you all.
Excellent. That's great. Back in the early 1990s, if not the late 1980s, we talked about having a Milky Way bylaw. And
We do have one.
well, we have.
Dark sky bylaw.
Do we have a dark skies bylaw, or do we just have requirements in our
No,
site
no,
planning?
no, we have a dark skies bylaw, I believe. I could be wrong.
So we have a commercial lighting policy,
Correct.
but of course it only applies to commercial. And in our community standards, we have an outdoor lighting, but it's very specific to shining directly into a neighbor's
Light
residence,
trespass.
as opposed to a dark sky.
Yeah.
What happened to our dark sky bylaw? I was always led to believe we had one.
We've talked about it for years, but I don't think it ever happened.
What council, every time it gets triggered is, well, it got triggered when MTO put up the new lights at Cedar Grove and Menor
Right.
Park Drive, and
Yeah.
the town was installing LED everywhere, and MTO put up mercury vapors, when everybody was going. But Councillor Capes, this has come up every time you saw a site plan agreement through Coles, the zero lot line cutoff, the dark sky compliant, I think is what council has heard. And we still thrive for that as well. But 100 dark sky compliant light bulbs put side by side doesn't necessarily mean dark sky, right? So, but they can still be dark sky compliant, which means they shoot directly down, which can, and we found this out with our street lighting, is that they generally are focused on the road service. But
Right.
they're offensive. LED is an offensive light to look at. A great light, these are LEDs. They're great when you don't look at them. If you look at them, they start to bother you a bit, right? So,
Astronomers don't like them either.
and don't like them, right?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, so no, the dark sky compliant term always has come out of commercial, industrial, institutional site plan agreements.
Okay, thank you very much, Deborah.
Yeah, thank you.
Now that we're on the unfinished council business list, are there any other comments? Elaine?
Yes, if I could just bring up the short-term rental approach to not allowing that or licensing. I did circulate an email to council and I believe some staff too about that and where that's happening and where what I thought I read was that the province was stepping in with regulations for licensing. So that may help us with that issue.
That was kind of where we had started in the first place with our suggestion, and was met with the practical response from the clerk's office that it's a kind of a big thing. Who's going to administer it? How do we do it? Are we reinventing the wheel or not? And of course, as time goes by, maybe there would be some plug and play something for us in the future. But yeah, I'm disappointed that there's no estimated date there, but I also am optimistic that there's an estimated date of like they're all 25. So I'm optimistic that there'll be a lot of things knocked off, and so that guy will get a date. And and we can look at that sooner than later, because, again, bringing up the same heritage thing, the case of the Anderson, that's what they're going to use it for, right? I mean, is a potential, even if that particular owner doesn't, knowing that there is a separate structure on a property in 2025 begs for people who want to monetize their properties. That's what the world is doing right now. And so we need to be sure of what we want in Mono. That's the real bottom line. What do we want here, as the residents? So, right, it's to decrease the nuisance stuff, but it's here and it's going to be increasing.
We don't want to commoditize housing so that people have nowhere to live. I agree. Thank you for saying that. Not in those words, but thank you for your comments. And so hopefully that will help us with that short-term rental accommodation bylaw. I hope.
But not this year, because look at the list on the clerk's office.
No, I understand that, but maybe that'll help.
Okay. Speaking of things going dark, my computer has gone dark. I think our next item is the noise bylaw, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it is.
So,
Let's try to get that.
Fred, can we try and tackle the noise bylaw from your perspective now? You've made some amendments to the version that we last considered that took into account the concerns over the list of exceptions or times. It has incorporated a language that addresses the concern of farmers. And I think it goes a long way towards what we are ultimately trying to achieve. Do you have a few words before I open it up to the council?
Absolutely, Your Worship. Thank you. So when council last looked at this bylaw at late May, council focused primarily on Schedule B, and that is the schedule that lists prohibitions by day and time, and made significant changes to that by removing a good portion of the items on Schedule B, leaving most the commercial contracting, domestic tools, and lawn maintenance. Everything else was removed from that. Since that bylaw, and most importantly, of course, was the amplified noise, right? That was the primary item removed. Now, since that bylaw was last seen by council and those directions were given, there's been a few other comments received by members of the community, and they suggest that council may want to look at Schedule A. And Schedule A says, it just reiterates examples of things that are completely prohibited at all times. That's what Schedule A does. And there's been suggestions of a couple of things council might want to consider adding. Because it removed from Schedule B the amplified noise, maybe council wants to add that to Schedule A so it's abundantly clear. Amplified sound is prohibited at all times. The other recommendation that has been given to council from residents is the idea of monster trucks or noisy vehicles in general on private property as opposed to on roads, which we can't do anything about, right? So council might want to consider adding something to Schedule A that says on private property, vehicles of any sort, right, can't make outrageous and undue noise, or words to that effect. So today I think we're still focusing on the schedules, but I think council wants to look at all three schedules. Do we add anything to Schedule A? Potentially take something out, but primarily add something to Schedule A. Schedule B, as I just said, underwent a number of changes, but what council hasn't yet done is looked at the times of the remaining items on Schedule B. For example, is it okay for construction equipment from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.? Perhaps it is, that's for council to look at. But domestic tools and lawn equipment, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., except on Sundays and holidays, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. Is that what council wants? So I think council needs to look at Schedule B. And then finally, Schedule C, and those are the exemptions. And we have one change that I think council wants to consider. Item G on that third schedule said that town operations are excluded from this bylaw, except our rental facilities. They still have to abide by it. But that went in when the proposal was amplified sound was going to have a cutoff date, time. So it would be permitted up until whenever, 7, 8, 11 at night. Now that amplified sound is being considered as no longer available, is noise at any time, council, I think, should put its mind towards, are our rental facilities being held to the same standard as our residents, or are they excluded? And that's a council decision, but I think you need to think about that. So I propose you look at, starting at Schedule A, and work through all three schedules today.
Okay. Well, we can handle it, I'm sure.
Bear with me. My internet has completely collapsed. I do not have any internet here. So I'm rebooting the computer. Hopefully I'll be back on this. We can continue the discussion, but just be patient with.
Your worship, would you like me to have a copy of the bylaw printed off for you? I don't have a hard copy myself here, but I can get one, and we can ask staff to print one off.
Can I ask a question in the meantime?
Yes.
Boy, there's so much on my plate, Mr. Simpson, that I don't even know where to start. But just one very minor question. I think it's minor. We've had a number of emails from the public, and I guess my dilemma is, and they're all good, and I appreciate the public sending in those emails. My difficulty is that I don't think it's possible to reconcile all the suggestions that are being made. There was one suggestion, though, and I want to ask you about this. It was made by Bob McCrae. He says, and I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know how this works, because I thought we'd already solved this problem. He wants us to add something somewhere in the bylaw that says you can have an event where there's a landowner, but he's rented the facility to someone who's making the noise. And his suggestion is that somehow our bylaw doesn't allow us to charge the landowner who rented it to whoever he rented it to. And I know this subject has come up in the past. The question is this: is the bylaw, the way it's now stated, will it allow us to charge a person or a corporation that owns land that has rented their facility to someone who's making noise?
Yes. Short answer is, in my opinion, and that of Paul Dre, it is, we can charge. So this was specifically discussed when we drafted this bylaw at a staff level with our prosecutor. And right now, we lay charges either to either or both, depending on the situation. And I don't personally think there's a need to schedule that. But at the same time, there's nothing that says we can't schedule it if that, adds some confidence to council.
I thought what you just said was the case, but when I saw Mr. McCrae's email, I thought, oh yeah. And I went back and I tried to think, can we use this to charge the landowner? And I do remember the discussion, and you think legally we can do that. So I don't know if there's a necessity to add anything to the bylaw on that point. If it works, I'm happy. I have other questions, but I don't.
Let's go in rotation.
Can we also,
yeah.
Earlier in the meeting, you made a comment that you would take, instead of a public question period that was pertaining to, so that we have in the package, we have letters that were received before the agenda went out. Since the agenda's gone out, we've received a few letters. We've got other letters. Before we all weigh in, could we have the, all the questions and
Okay.
whatever?
So I think that's a good point. I'm going to recognize anyone who wants to say something about the noise bylaw in its current configuration, not what it was before it was amended. And please stick to new information, like if you have something new that you want to say, because we have been over this so many times. So who wants to go first? Go ahead. And we know who you are, but state your name for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Yes, and I'll, Mark Darby, and First Line East Mono. And I'm going to try not to be repetitive, and I know Mr. Mayor will jump in at any time, and I'll be very brief here. But I did articulate to Council that there are 3 major changes that I'd like to see. And is that what you would like to hear, or you're just comfortable with that?
If they are changes different than what we are already looking at today.
Yes, okay, so just basically it was A, E, and F from the Orangeville bylaw, I think should be incorporated.
Okay.
So that's one, and a couple other things that I'd mentioned that I won't articulate now because I don't have a copy of what I sent in front of me. But just without getting into the fact that the event center is not incorporated, they're not following the rules, I would like to add today that I don't believe that any entity should receive any type of exemption until they are fully up to date on all of their requirements with respect to being in good standing with the town. Like in fact, like the tax exempt event center, I have a letter from, as you know, from the OMAFA, who said they are not in good standing, they are no longer incorporated, so my additional thing would be they shouldn't be exempt.
Mr. Darby, to that issue,
Yes.
I have a letter that I'm proposing to send to the Minister of Agriculture, asking a number of questions about the status of the event center and questioning the tax status in the event that they have not complied with provisions of the legislation. So I have that here. It's been prepared. I was going to raise it under my report
Excellent.
later on in the meeting.
And that will be shared with the...
Absolutely.
Oh, great, thank you.
If council thinks it's okay to send.
Yeah, okay.
Just on this point, and I like it, but here's, I guess, I don't know, Mr. Simpson, whether you can answer this or not. In a noise bylaw, can we legally put down conditions or prohibitions as they affect a landowner with a certain status? I mean, you could have a landowner who's in arrears in taxation. You could have all kinds of status of a landowner. Can a noise bylaw distinguish between those various statuses legally?
Not within the bylaw itself, Deputy Mayor Nix. However, if that person came to the town seeking an exemption, that would be different. Or if we were to establish an agreement in lieu of an exemption, then the requirement to be in compliance with all other aspects under the municipality's control could be included in that agreement.
So if they come to us for either an exemption or the bylaw allows for a site-specific agreement, they would have to be in compliance. But the general thing, Mark, and to go back to your comment, without those 2 instances of them coming for asking for something, I'm not sure the bylaw itself could distinguish a landowner by this status.
You don't need to build it into the bylaw. I think council can make a determination that certain things need to be up to snuff before we're even thinking about an exemption request.
Okay.
But we don't need to have language in the bylaw that forces us to do that. I mean, that would be frankly, my first question is, are you legally constituted as a agricultural society?
Yeah. Can I ask another question? It's on Mark Darby's list. In your email just a minute, I gotta go back and forth you wanted us to copy from I guess, from Orangeville's bylaw, your number E. This is what he wanted us to put in our bylaw. The operation of any vehicle, including while on private property, in such a way that excessive exhaust or engine noise can be heard. Now, I like that idea, but here's my question to the clerk. Just a minute, I have to go back. Under section 3, and this is a broader question, Mr. Simpson, because there's several places where it comes up. 3.3, this is under general prohibition. No person shall emit, make, permit, or cause to be emitted or made noise from a vehicle. So my question is this. We've already got that in the bylaw. Why would it be necessary to add that section E from the Orangeville bylaw? Maybe I'm missing something.
So first of all, I just want to confirm that's Schedule A of Orangeville's bylaw because it wasn't clear. Based on what you just said, Deputy Mayor Nix, you were referring to Schedule A of Orangeville's bylaw.
I was just reading it from,
Right.
Mark's.
Yeah, that's where it came from.
Email,
So
yeah.
that's one of the items that I did mention. So Schedule A, it lists examples of things that are prohibited, and it's just for a matter of clarity why we list those things, right? So that there's no confusion. So when I introduced the bylaw earlier, I had mentioned.
3.3. I mean, 3.3 is quite clear.
So, well, it's, all of those items should be considered quite clear. Amplified noise, it's quite clear because nor does it say you can permit it. If it's noise, it's noise. So
Let me go
Schedule
back
A
to-
is just
I
an
want to make
addition.
the question more, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. Let me make the question more specific. Assuming this bylaw passes, and the event center wants to, or the chap who was here this morning, with the veterans, wants to hold an event where he'd bring in monster trucks, that would be illegal.
No.
Correct.
They'd exempt.
Okay.
Yes, it would.
Unless he got an exemption.
Correct.
He knows that.
Oh, he knows
And
that.
that's the purpose of Schedule A is to, while not being totally exhaustive, it gets a list of the things that are the most common complaints that we have. So it's very clear to everyone because they're prescribed.
So to
Okay,
cut
back to my point about Mark Darby's email to us, then we really, with respect, we don't really need to add the clause that he was asking for, because we've already got that power in the draft bylaw, I think, Mr. Darby.
Okay, if I can address that too, but in order, like Mr. Mayor, you decide.
Yeah, Mark, if I could just hold off, Elaine's had her hand up for some time.
Yeah.
And I think I can help cut to the chase on this
Okay, great.
scheduled debate. Go ahead, Elaine.
Thank you so much. I do hope we're going to go through the whole bylaw because I have comments and other things. But to your point, Mr. Darby, and I totally agree and I appreciate what you're saying. And so under our definitions, we have person. And my question is, does this include organizations such as the CVC and the OAS as a corporation, as an owner of property? Organizations, does that include, would it include and be applicable to those groups?
Fred?
Yes, it is, Your Worship.
Persons are corporations. Corporations are persons.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm thinking that our definitions, because it has that for person, covers what you're looking for, Mr. Darby, and that's what I'm hoping is good. Now, this is a totally separate conversation you brought up about somebody not being in good standing. That to me has more implications for tax payment than it does for anything else, and so I thank the mayor for his desire to send a letter.
So can I cut to the chase on the scheduled debate? I think it would be helpful if we harmonized our list with the Orangeville list.
And Your Worship, again, in my introduction, I mentioned there were a couple of items that were recommended by residents to be added to Schedule A, the two being what Mr. Darby just mentioned and the amplified noise. I think it's a good idea for council to consider adding both of those to the Schedule A.
Now, does that address concerns, Melinda?
Thank you very much. So it's.
What does amplified noise mean? Sorry, I
Well,
need to have that clarified.
Speakers, loudspeakers.
Like, I don't have the Orangeville bylaw in front of me.
Well, yeah, and I don't know that we necessarily need to, I'd like to, since we've spent a good couple of years on this now, I'd like to not just copy somebody else's something that they're doing. That this, we
Right.
have had a number of residents in our public meetings and our first reading, and this is the second, right? So, but we had a kind of a point point B there for a read. It has, our bylaw suggestion has always said that noise that disturbs people is prohibited. All noise, that's the first thing, 3.1, that's what it says. And in actual fact, that's really all you need. But in order to explain and to meet everybody's requirements, the bylaw continues on and on and on to then have 3 schedules, which of course the problem is that the people who have been writing and came to the meetings and so on, they've only looked at the chart and read the thing and, oh, I can't mow the lawn on a Sunday night, what are we going to do? And all those kinds of things. So we really, the more you put in the schedule as examples of things, the more it makes it look like these are just those, and then people aren't reading the
Right.
fact that noise is not. So to reassure people who are watching this discussion and so on, that we are alive to the issue, that we live in a rural setting, and even our settlement areas are not like settlement at Bloor and Spadina, right? So I caution us just to say that we definitely want to say whatever Orangeville has versus the clerk's suggestions to itemize the ones that he has that have been specific comments from our people, because we already have covered off on a couple of occasions the whole vehicle thing, and then to add the vehicles one more time on this, just to add private property, just kind of impresses that issue, as opposed to your ones that you said you wanted from Orangeville. They got vehicle in 2 places. You can't divide the E and F or G and whichever numbers, I only wrote them down. Now, the vehicle on private property, I kind of wonder about that one, right? Because, geez, if we can't use our road allowances for our dirt bikes, which really is a sport and another discussion, and I can't also even go around my own property, it begs for almost that decibel thing that's come up again, because certainly when you have a dirt bike event, they take the meter and they measure your exhaust before you go around in the Ganaraska forest. I mean, which I know we're not going to do anymore, but to say you can't buzz around in your kids. I was at the Mono Brewery this weekend, and a guy guy comes up with 3 little kids, like they had to be 2 years old, 6 years old, and 8 years old, in his side-by-side, pops in for a beer and off he goes, right? I mean, we live in a rural setting, you know? So to separate out the vehicles, and then the second one to say exhaust modifications, versus to just blanketly say and then have exemptions if you were going to have a dirt bike event or something like that. I caution us on just adding to make an exhaustive list.
I think we run into trouble when we forget that this is a bylaw that is controlling noise, not banning activities. You know, and there is a big difference. We're not banning activities, we're just simply saying that any noise that emits from activities is not something that should be of irritation to a person.
And it's complaint-driven.
And it is complaint-driven, but I think we've got to bear that in mind, that it's not, if we want to have a bylaw that bans dirt bikes, we would have a bylaw that bans dirt bikes. And it would be short and sweet, but this is more complicated because it's attempting to control the noise that comes from certain activities. Those activities could go on as long as there's no complaints, and as long as it's, to use an expression, a dull roar.
Right. Yeah, if I can just.
Okay, so your worship, if I could, well, was somebody going to speak there?
No, go ahead.
Okay, Schedule A, G, it talks about air conditioners, heat pumps, and all that good stuff. Well, I mentioned this at the time that we actually reviewed it the last time, that it should be, there should be additional that it's installed with setbacks from neighboring houses. Because it should be located where it's not going to disturb people. And, you know, the factory settings are the factory settings, but I think that's what's missing, is that to say that the operation of these things that are not in properly working order, but also not placed in the correct place. Because if you stick it on your neighbor's fence, especially when we're talking, you know, in a suburban area, it's going to be noise, and it's going to be.
I think that's very problematic. I don't think we've ever talked about that specifically. And again, remember, we're regulating noise. We're not telling people where they should put a piece of equipment.
Well, and also, the crux of the matter on this one is in good working order, because the idea that the manufacturers, this isn't a problem to only Mono, everywhere where houses are cheek by jowl and your heat pump is on they are on the outside of the house. It's going to be noise if you're the guy that puts your patio right beside that side of the house, because that's where the nice tree is, right? Like the necessity to have them close together. And so the manufacturers make them with all sorts of mufflers and whatever panels and things that make the sound. It's if it's not in good working order and the fan is off wobbly, then you're going to get an irritating noise when the neighbor's having a barbecue. As opposed to it not being in the right space, it's the working order.
I agree with it working order, but there was a complaint, a specific complaint, because of the location that somebody had installed this. I just put that out there.
I do remember a complaint.
I mentioned it before when we reviewed the bylaw, but if we agree we don't want it, then that's fine.
I think I remember a complaint, and there is some issues with the complaint, whether it was not a neighborhood war kind of thing going on. But Mark, let's go back to your points.
Can I comment?
Sorry.
I don't think the issue is whether it's in a good working order or not. The issue is whether it's making noise that disturbs people.
Well, that's right.
So I mean, you can have a noisy water pump, and if it's disturbing people, then we shouldn't have it there. So whether it's in good working order or not, just that's up to the manufacturer. It's a good working order, and carry on with it. But the operation of anything that disturbs people qualifies as noise, and therefore is prohibited. And I'm interested a little bit in what you said, Fred, about this list is an example. And I think that should be clarified. If this list looks to me like a list of things that are prohibited, period, not just examples.
But it's not all-inclusive, I guess, is my
not
point.
what?
It's not all-inclusive, is my point.
No, it's not.
Just some
So maybe we
examples.
should be saying, for example.
Maybe we should say that.
Because if I read this, it's very clearly, this is what is prohibited.
These are prohibited, but also any, noise that disturbs is prohibited. I caution council about getting too much, changing that type of language, because that really needs to go back to our prosecutor for confirmation that it's still enforceable at law. So I caution against those kind of changes. If I may speak on the equipment, I'm not sure council wants to get into telling people they can't have a furnace or an air conditioner because they have limited setbacks between homes. And you can't reasonably move an air conditioner or a heat pump without incurring a lot of cost and reducing the efficiency of that equipment.
If it's not making any noise.
Right. And they make noise, right? A piece of any spinning equipment makes noise, right? Mm-hmm. But it's a required piece of equipment to operate a house, right? So if you have an air conditioner or a heat pump, and the house was pre-constructed in such a way that it's got to go in a setback of only, not sure what our minimum setbacks are, 4 feet, okay. And then to say you can't have an air conditioner or you can't have a heat pump without incurring a sizable expense and reducing the efficiency of that equipment.
I agree.
I think council wants to think through that very, very,
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that
let's go back
clarification,
to-
Fred. That's very good.
Let's go back to Mark's points and let him work through.
Okay. Yes, well, thank you. Before I yield here, I just have a couple of comments. With respect to noise, noise is a disturbance to other people, and I don't think people should have the right to dump garbage or any other things that bother other people, bother their neighbors. You wouldn't throw garbage over your fence at your neighbor. Why would you allow noise to bother, your neighbor's lifestyle? So that's that. And with respect to one of my other comments was with the fall fair having a blanket exemption. I think that's a little bit dangerous because of the way that can expand into all kinds of non-fall fair type events. What it can be is a great big dumping ground for every event that the OAS tax exempt event center wants to dump on the community. I think it would be reasonable if town or council were to remove that blanket exemption, and they can just apply for apply for an exemption, and if the events are reasonable, then it's granted. And it's not a great, well, they shouldn't be granted an exemption until they're fully compliant, further to what I said earlier. But if they become compliant and follow the laws and hold their tax exempt status, which I remind council that them not paying taxes causes other mono residents to pay more taxes. So until they are compliant, until they are following all the rules, instead of the big scam, because we don't know where the money's going if they're not reporting as per their requirements. They have legal requirements to report, and they're not reporting. So based on that, I would like to see the fall fair, even if they had a standard form requesting their exemption every year, would be easy to do, and that way council could use whatever events that they had. Were they compliant last year? Okay, we'll look at that now. Okay, if you are following your requirements, you're following your exemption. When the fall fair asks for an exemption, they'll have to put certain items on that. We're requesting monster truck, we're requesting motocross, you know what I mean? And if those exemptions are approved and they follow them, then they could be approved for the next year. So I would just like the blanket one taken off.
So we're too late to do anything about the forthcoming fall fair.
Yes, yeah, oh yes, for sure, this is going forward.
I would like to see an answer to the inquiry that I'd like us to make. And then we can either, if we've passed the bylaw, we can revisit that exemption based on what we're told by the minister. But I think that's something that we can consider, and thank you for raising it.
I agree with you. I think that we got into problems with other bylaws where it named an entity and made an exemption for them. And we know now that we're in a world, and the world is here to stay, where our conservation authority, as much as the grand initial idea was to conserve water, it now really is a playing space and a gathering space. They even just made a new indigenous gathering area at the CBC. It's a gathering place, and gathering makes noise. And so I would argue, as time goes on and we become less rural and less whatever, the agricultural fair balances a little bit less as the only special event that happens, that it may be the CVC is getting okay, we won't do 11 events, but we're going to do this big new one. Like, we don't know what's the future to hold. And it would be really nice if we spent all this time on this bylaw, that it kind of stood up for a couple of decades would be great. And so I agree with you that but not to say that they're not going to get an exemption or that there isn't going to be a course, but to actually itemize out, pick out one person as being written in the bylaw, I think could be a mistake.
Fred?
I just want to go back to what Ralph said, and Mr. Simpson, I heard your explanation. I'm going to disagree with you. I think there is confusion in this. When you get to Schedule A, it seems to me that a lot of readers would say, oh, these are the things that are prohibited, so what I'm going to do is not on the list, so it's not prohibited. I think you have to include the words at the top. Here are some words. to the effect that here are some examples of what is prohibited.
Yeah.
And I don't know what your legal argument for not putting that in is.
If I may, so a bylaw must create an offense. So if you say this is an example, it's not an offense. You cannot charge someone unless an offense is been committed. And so the bylaw
Then
has
put
to
in the
commit
writing-
an offense.
These are examples of offenses.
The offense is.
That's it. I don't think, and Your Worship, you could probably explain that better. I don't think I could go to court and say, well, the bylaw lists this as an example of an offense as opposed to, I couldn't lay a charge. We could lay a charge under 3.2, but we couldn't lay a charge under Schedule A, Item A.
But as
We've
Mil-
got 3.2 and 3.3 up in the main bylaw. This is just in here to inform the public as to what the types of things they should be watching for or doing.
Maybe I recommend we take that to legal then, before making that change. That's all I can say.
think the offense is the creation of noise that disturbs. Okay, that's the offense.
So what if you don't have a Schedule A at all?
Well, I'm just wondering.
Well, maybe we just take it out.
It's confusing.
It wouldn't be confusing then, you just can't, we'd only have that one noise. And the definition of noise, that it's disturbing a few people, and that it's, yeah.
Why not that, Mr. Simpson? Why do we need Schedule A?
You don't need Schedule A. Again, I'd run it by legal, but you don't need, you can remove Schedule A. I'm just not sure you want to change Schedule A to say this is a list of examples, and
Can
put
we-
that in a bylaw.
Can we put the debate on this to rest by going to Paul Dre and asking whether we can live without Schedule A?
Absolutely.
Yes or no? Yeah, from
Yes,
Paul.
we can. So I can take to Mr. Dre the two questions. Can we remove Schedule A? I know we can, because he's told me we can. And can we amend the wording of Schedule A as has been suggested?
Okay, I think everybody would be happy with that. So, Mark, do you have anything else for us?
No, and I just very much appreciate council's attention to this matter and hope that, we don't have neighbors disturbing other neighbors.
And thank you for your
profit.
patience. We're slowly getting there.
Yes, well, thank you very much, council and staff.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Any other questions or comments? Come on forward. And your name, sir?
My name is Peter Dickens.
I'm
President
not
of
here.
the Orangeville Agricultural Society. First of all, I would resent the implication of the big scam regarding where our money goes. We are a nonprofit organization, and all money that goes into that place is used for that facility. None of us, anybody, take any kind of money from there. I'm probably going to get in trouble from my council, from my board for saying this, but I don't think people realize that we are there for the fall fair. If it wasn't for the fall fair, we would not be there. There'd be no point.
Yeah, what is, yeah.
Hmm?
Yes,
so
but-
I haven't been involved with the organization for long, but in the time that I have been there, I feel that we are being directly targeted by a small number of residents. We do have residents that border directly on us that don't have any problem with the noise. And in fact, I think during the rodeo our last rodeo, I purposely went over to the other side of the lake, and I could barely hear the activity that was going on. So I just would like to say that I think we need to, I'm not sure what I want to say here. The noise bylaws are kind of, I believe, being targeted for us. A lot of what goes on is like a noisy event, the monster trucks. It's maybe a half-hour show. That's it. So, to me, I can hear stuff going on at the Mono Pavilion where I live. If you're gonna call it basically noise that it's offensive to anybody, or that you can hear it, that you don't like it, how are you gonna gauge what's offensive to who? So, I mean, I could turn around and say, well, I can hear a party going on at the Mono Pavilion, I don't like that. Whereas in reality, it's not that bad. It really isn't. So, in fact, we had a comment from one of our neighbors about the circus we just had, and it was quiet to them, and they are closer than pretty much anybody. Anyway, I don't have a question, but I just would like to state that I think the noise that's being created is not being created to offend anybody, and we have to raise money to support the place. And there's people that are saying that you know, you don't have enough agricultural events to rate being an agricultural society. We can't force people to come to us for agricultural events. We have to take what we can get to make the money to support the place. And that's as simple as that. Without the money to support the place, we can't support the fair. And as simple as that. All money that comes in goes directly into the place, repairs, utilities, everything. There is no money that's being put in anybody's pocket.
You're not on trial here.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I understand that.
Yeah. And, you know, we're trying to keep it confined to the issue of noise. And one of the suggestions that has been made, but we haven't made a decision, is that a complaint worthy of investigation should be made by more than one person. Mm-hmm. We're going to explore that with our clerk, but it isn't just one person can trigger an investigation and then a charge, that it has to be more than one person. And that was suggested by our prosecutor.
Mm-hmm.
I know you feel a little picked upon, but let me ask you the question. Do you think we should simply not have a noise bylaw? Would that be your perspective?
No, not at all. No, not at all.
Given the draft bylaw that we have in front of us, notwithstanding some little changes, what's your objection to the bylaw that we have in front of us? It doesn't single out you. It says, it does make the blanket statement that noise is prohibited, but that only comes into effect, as the mayor just said. We're going to have a policy under this bylaw as to how you actually would implement that. And it wouldn't be just one person saying, oh, there's a noise, I object to it. It would be more complicated than that. But what's your objection to this draft bylaw that we have in front of us?
I think to me, it seems the way it's going that if somebody or if a group of people object to any noise, then that severely restricts us. The times, like I fully agree that there should be times set aside to allow for noise across the board, because I mean, things have to be done. People have to have work done on their properties, but there should be restrictions on times. Like, you don't want somebody in there at 2 a.m. digging a hole.
But under this bylaw, you have the option of applying for an exemption, and there is the possibility under this bylaw of having a specific agreement written between you and the town in terms of noise. I mean, there are options under this bylaw that give you opportunities. It's not, well, I'm going back to you feeling that you're being picked on. I mean, there are options under this bylaw that you can exercise.
True. But, And we look at that, and for example, the circus, back in, when they first booked, they wanted to have 7:30 shows. And they were refused the exemption. So what's to stop, like, we have to have our annual fair. What's to stop the people from not allowing that? That's the problem. And that fair has been going for 170 some odd years.
Well, I can't answer.
I don't think we're saying we wouldn't allow the fair, but there may be things that are components of the fair that don't fit within the bylaws. And I know that every year, people say they want the fair, but they don't want the tractor pull. They want the fair, but they don't want the monster trucks. Like, so I do agree with Mr. Nix. There is opportunity for us to establish an agreement with your board. And there is opportunity for you then to come and apply for exemptions, and they will be granted or not granted. And then it's public and everybody knows, because another complaint we've had is that people don't know what's going on there because the calendar is never up to date and it's always becomes a surprise. But it gives us that opportunity to say, okay, you have this noisy component of the fairground, but like the circus, if you agree to take out a 7:30 show and you agree to have the noise cut off at 5 o'clock, then we can move ahead. So I think it gives us the opportunity for dialogue, which I think is very good for everybody, because and everybody in the town knows why an exemption's being made, what the agreement means, and there's no surprises, and everybody knows. Then you know how to attract business, because you'll know what business would fit within all of those things. So I hope you'll consider that.
Well, and if we're going to go that route, I mean, for example, the tractor pull, it pulls a lot of people in for the fair. Without that, we'll lose a lot of admission. And I don't think there's a fair around that doesn't have tractor pulls or demolition derbies.
Yeah, I kind of think that, I mean, of all the things, when we talk about the bullfights and some of the other things that go on, I think a tractor pull is kind of part of the fall fair, isn't it? I mean, if there wasn't ever an agricultural thing, it was a tractor. So I just was thinking that, the whole, my saying that I think that we shouldn't have an itemized thing in our bylaw, I think is not thinking about now or the 150 years. It's just thinking about the future, that if we pave paradise, then we don't need a fall fair anymore, right? I mean, but also in our time of, inclusivity and so on, that, how come they got it and we didn't, and all those kinds of things. So that was why I was thinking it, but not at all to say that we would ever not agree to have a fall fair if that was what was proposed by you. But if it did come the way of the exemption, and there has to be a number of months in advance, because that was brought to us by the CVC saying, you're wanting us to come for these exemptions, but people are booking stuff like the Heroes fellow today, the long in advance, but we don't get you to do, like, the timing may be off for it. But if we did give an exemption, months in advance, the year before, remember to come for the whatever, it's for sure going to happen on this day, then we can even be advertising it as a work that we have done that's on our website, because people don't, Elaine's got a point that people don't, that is a complaint that people have said, I didn't even know there was going to be an event, and I was trying to have a nice barbecue, and now all I hear is the announcer for the square dancing or whatever, right? So the idea that you would know, don't put your barbecue on that day, because, that's the fall fair day, or whatever. So
Peter, that's an interesting point. When you go to your website, and we've had people comment on this, it's primarily, if not exclusively, promoting the fall fair. So it's not like you have a calendar of events that you have booked. So you might want to consider having a calendar of forthcoming events.
And I believe we do. I will agree that it does lack in being up to date.
Yeah.
But we can look into that.
Okay.
And try to fix that problem. But
I think you can see that we are not anywhere near close to actually passing a bylaw today. And we have a number of ideas kicking around. We have, as the deputy mayor has pointed out, built in two mechanisms for exceptions. One being the agreement with an organization, and the other one being for specific events. And then, of course, we have the debate that's come up today about whether or not the fall fair should be grandfathered into the new bylaw, and we have to consider that as well. So, but thank you for, putting this on our radar.
Okay. Thank
Do
you.
you have anything else before?
I did, but it went.
Okay, when it comes back, happens to me, it happens to all of us, give us a ring.
Okay, then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, sir. Come on forward.
Thanks for coming, Peter. Very much appreciated to have you there.
Good afternoon. And it is the afternoon.
Good afternoon now, yes. It's been a busy morning. My name is Dennis Lebec. I am the Treasurer and Public Relations Chairman for the Dufferin Northern Peel Anglers and Hunters Association. There's been a lot of talk about this at our club meetings, and the concerns regarding the impacts to hunters, because that's who we are. We're a hunting and fishing club, or a rod and gun club. And
Conservation group.
yes, thank you. And I'm not going to go through everything because I've already submitted the letter as well. Thank you, staff, for making sure that was published in there as well, in the survey results as well. The club is a conservation-oriented club, thank you. That's been running since 1930, but hunting has happened long before that, okay? The club's concern is that we strongly oppose the proposed changes to the noise bylaw to remove the units of the measurement of decibels. There's a number of concerns for this reason. One of the other issue is more specifically the application of any time restrictions that impact hunters. So the first issue that was brought up was outlined in Schedule B type of Act 6 prohibited period of time A, 2300 to 700 the following day and 900 on Sundays, reading explosives. And I know that may not have been the nature of that, the intended cause of that. However, explosives are covered under the discharge of firearms, and it's already governed under Canadian Federal Explosive Acts, which also regulates the federal firearms
Dennis,
laws.
I'm not seeing this in the bylaw. So Schedule B.
Schedule B, type of Act 6.
No, that's the old bylaw.
Oh, okay, is that not
No, that is
what is
no
moving
longer
forward?
in
Because that's
here.
what I read and understood it as, and that's,
Fred,
Yeah.
can you
So-
clarify?
No, that's no longer there. So
Okay,
hopefully
so-
that's a good thing.
there is nothing referenced in the bylaw specifically to the discharge of firearms as
No.
well, too. However, firearms make noise.
Right.
There's no argument in that. So the concern is how the discharge of firearms, outside of some of the specific times that were provided in the bylaw, because the hours of hunting start 30 minutes before daylight and 30 minutes after dusk. So after dusk, I didn't see anything in the bylaw, even if I may have been reading the old one, that were impacted. But the morning time that was specified, I think it was 7 a.m. That's a concern. So the concern being that that's gonna, how would that be addressed? Will hunters be imposed under that by making noise? Because firearms make noise. Hunters will discharge a firearm during hunting seasons legally, and that's a potential conflict The other concern was, as I had mentioned before, which was the removing of the units of measurement of decibels. The reason being, specifically, the club has gone well over and above. We've not only met but exceeded current bylaw requirements with scientific proof using the unit measurement of decibels with certified sound tests by certified sound companies. And they come at a significant expense, and I recognize that because I understand that in the past that has also been an issue with the sound of discharged firearms, and our club does have firearms ranges on it. So we want to be in compliance. Currently, we're in compliance, and we want to continue to be in compliance and be good neighbors, as we do have neighbors. However, the changes that are there in this bylaw significantly open the door to influence from special interest groups and potential frivolous complaints, and also resource strain on the municipality, because if you end up with an excessive number of complaints based on a specified group that are, let's say, anti-hunting, and we are a hunting club as well, as in our name is, that directly, opposes what our club is about. So we want to be good neighbors. We want to make sure that the club's interests are also.
Fred and then Elaine.
Just a real quick question. Whether or not there's conflicts between what you do and what the noise bylaw allows, don't you have, I'm going on memory, my memory's not great. Your club has certain rights, I believe, that were enshrined when the nearest subdivision to you was built, because those people, when they bought the house, had to agree in their purchase agreement.
They recognize.
And
yes.
so doesn't that right still exist no matter what our bylaw says?
That they have to recognize that we're a club in the neighborhood that does have firearms ranges, and we do discharge. However,
so even if you had 2 or 3 neighbors along that road, Bayberry or whatever, that didn't like you and filed a complaint on the noise bylaw, doesn't that fact that those houses were bought with that, wouldn't it supersede the bylaw?
I'm not a lawyer. I hope it does.
Okay. That was my question.
Well, actually, 2 points. One is it's on title, and the title goes from owner to owner, number one. Number two, if you were ever charged, your defense in court is really, really good. I can tell you that right now, because it would probably be a complaint from somebody on Bayberry or one of the other streets, and they don't have a leg to stand on, given the fact it's on title. Third thing is that the decibel approach was done away with because very, very hard to argue in court. You're into debates about the calibration of the equipment, and the last time it was tested, we went through that with laser and LiDAR and with breathalyzer equipment, and it still goes on, but the reality is that it's a mug's game. In my years in public life, I've had the total of 0 complaints vis-a-vis noise from your property. Not one.
That's excellent news. Thank you.
I'm not contradicting what the mayor just said, but during an election campaign,
They haven't come to me.
knocking on the doors along there, I've had some of those residents, I'm not exaggerating, in tears about the noise. And I point out to them that they bought the house with that condition on it, and you know what? They don't know that. I don't know whether the paperwork doesn't pass down from one
What
owner
their
to another.
lawyers don't
They have no knowledge of that.
find out for them is their responsibility. I understand that, and we want to be good neighbors, and we do actively reach out to our neighbors on regular opportunities, invite them over to the club, try to get them involved as well too with club activities, even join the membership if they so choose. But it's not for everybody. I understand that.
And all of those studies that you referenced, and they are costly, they would all be in your favor in a situation where somebody were to successfully get a charge laid. Elaine?
Thank you, and thank you, Dennis, for coming, and I'm going to be bold. I would like to recognize that space as grandfathered as an exception, because of all the things that you actually do there, and you are regulated by federal law for the dusk to dawn hours of shooting, and that's none of our business because we can't regulate that. And that you are a good neighbor, and that those people who bought near that space knew it, bought it, and it's not good that they had bad lawyers, so that's too bad. But also, you have made implementations of trees and berms and things to make sure that you can contain as much as you can the noise within your own grounds. And so I would be so bold as to say, we put that in the bylaw to say that the DNP AHA is grandfathered and is exempt from the noise bylaw.
So when we don't have a bylaw on the floor.
No.
So when we get to that stage, certainly amendments can be considered. Fred?
Another
Okay.
option for council to consider is, let's draft an agreement for the club.
Or
Under
the,
this
or the
bylaw.
agreement approach.
Sure.
And if the club was happy to provide and use and supply noise monitoring equipment, we'd be happy to accept that as your proof that you haven't been,
We've had to
compliant
hire
at your
companies to do
cost.
it, so we don't have that equipment, but we've hired companies
No.
to do exactly that, so that we know that we're in compliance. And again, thank you for the acknowledgement, Elaine. The club has taken significant steps to ensure that we can control as much as we can noise signature, the escaping of noise from the area. We do have, actually, the CFO uses our firearms range as the gold standard in Ontario for the height of our berm. It's approximately 4 stories tall, so it's quite, it's exceptional. Anyway, I haven't seen this at any other range in Ontario, but long and the short of it is any sort of exemption for the club would be excellent, of course. And we're here advocating on the behalf of hunters in Mono as well, right? Because we're a hunting club in Mono as well. So we do have active hunting on the property as well. So there is discharge of firearms. Our concern is of course, being in compliance with the bylaw, being good neighbors, not having excessive noise, because firearms do make noise. However, at the same time, we also govern ourselves appropriately. For instance, Sundays, we don't have the ranges open until 10 a.m. So people aren't being woken up on a Sunday morning to the sound of gunfire. But what happens during hunting season is very different than what happens during our operational hours. So.
And we do not control hunting. I mean, we cannot legislate hunting.
Okay, and that was my only concern with regards to the bylaw, the application of the bylaw, and very similar to some of the concerns the gentleman from the organization across the road there, is the contingency or the hinging of that exemption. If it can be grandfathered in, that's excellent, but at the same time, if it's kind of a month-to-month or a year-to-year type thing regarding compliance, how do you be in compliance with somebody else's perception versus some sort of tangible, measurable unit of measurement? And that's what we've been successful with so far at this point, is trying to make sure we're in compliance with the.
Thank you. Were you able to listen or attend or read the materials that our prosecutor, when he came, Dre, and I think it was in May or before that? Or
I was here at that meeting as
You
well.
were, right? And do you remember the discussion about the foibles of the decibel, that it is that it was good, but it wasn't really enforceable. So that if we put it into our bylaw, then it just kind of muddies
I understand
all
why.
the whatever.
I completely understand.
But it would be nice, and as I say, it's what they do for dirt bikes and so on. So it is a measure that then, because I think, again, we may have gone to the, you have an encyclopedia in your pocket, and that may not be good, but we do also know that knowledge is good. So knowing when hunting season is coming, knowing when the fall fair is going to happen, knowing when the rodeo advertised on Highway 10, that's helpful to the residents, so that they're, as opposed to, as I say, the day I was planning on sitting outside, or the day I've got a headache, like I didn't even know this was here, I would have gone and done something differently, right? So thank you very much for your questions.
Very, very well said. Again, the club's concern is ensuring that it's not the tail wagging the dog when it comes to one or potentially two complaints, which will impact our club. And the club's been there for some time, long before I've ever been involved, but at the same time, ensuring continuity for the club. We're recognizing our 95th anniversary this year. We'd love to be there for another 95 years. So.
Thank you. Dennis, and we'll see you when we're talking about a discharge of firearms bylaw.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience? Okay, going back to council. Fred, do you have any suggestions as to where we go from here?
Yeah, I was going to suggest lunch from here, sir.
I think that's a wonderful idea. Okay, let's take a half-hour lunch break.
Your worship,
Yes?
just one thing if I could about Schedule B. Because I'm worried that because it speaks to construction, that it be exempt for emergencies. Because what if somebody's roof collapsed and they need to bring in heavy equipment, and it's not within the bylaw? Like, I just.
We haven't
you
even
can't-
talked about Schedule B yet.
If it happens on a Sunday or a statutory holiday, those people can't wait. I just wonder if
I'm sure we can
well,
find some
oh,
kind of wording.
sorry, yeah, that's Schedule B.
Okay.
Yes, but we haven't even started talking about Schedule B yet. We've really been talking
Oh,
just about.
My apologies. I thought we were talking about all the schedules right now and getting them done. So I'm okay.
We've just come to a conclusion on A, and we're going to get some
Okay.
advice, and B can be after lunch.
Okay, thank you very, very much.
Okay.
So Andrew, if you'd like to put us into recess, please.
And we'll
We'll
reconvene
be
at
about
1
30
o'clock.
minutes.
Is that agreeable, everyone? 1 o'clock?
We're back live.
Welcome back, everyone, and we are still on the noise bylaw proposal. And I think we should probably turn our minds to Schedule B and the various times indicated. I know some members of council have some concerns there. Ralph, did you want to articulate your thoughts?
Yeah, I'd like to tighten up the times a little bit and make them not as lenient. I think the 11 p.m. start, 11 p.m. as a start for the restriction is a little bit late, and we should move it up to 9 or 10. And I'd also like to see it written differently. Fred, I don't know what your thoughts are on this, but I had to read it a couple of times before I really understood it. And I think you could say something more simple, such as from 9 p.m. until 7 a.m. the following day.
I completely agree with you, Councillor Mantalo. I had to read this so many times before I fully understood it. Now I do. It has to do with the changeover from Saturday to Sunday. So if you say 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. the next morning, except on Sunday, now what do you do? When does it end on Sunday, though? Right? So you end up having to say, but then on the days where it does start late at 9 a.m., it also still starts at, you have to schedule what are the end times for those days, and it becomes even more complex.
Well, I don't want to micromanage it, but I think you should.
I have put some consideration to it, and I haven't come up with a better solution. You will notice in the original version of this bylaw, I had changed it from this to the hours that you just suggested, and we got a lot of comments in the survey that it was unclear. So I put it back.
Well, anyway, then let's go back to the first comment was about times. The operation of tools and lawn maintenance equipment Monday to Saturday, 12 a.m. to 7 a.m. and 11. So it basically starts at 11 p.m. And I think that's a little bit late. It should start earlier than that. This is the prohibition should start maybe at 9 or 10, what the other members of council think.
Fred, does it make sense to phrase it differently? Permitted activities and permitted times. Does that simplify matters?
Well, because the bylaw has to list what's prohibited, not what's permitted.
Right, yeah, of
Right?
course. Of course.
What do you think about different times?
We've had a lot of, we had the survey, and we had a lot of people talk about it, and we had people call in, we have had emails that people in the working world, and particularly in our settlement areas, feeling that they can't do their chores around the house, that these days all require some sort of a tool, mowing the lawn or finishing the bathroom renovation. They really felt that we needed to be later into the night. To me, it seems that 11 o'clock is pretty late. I don't know anybody that stays up till 11 anymore. And if they are, then usually you're up at 11 and you're not home. I think it's tiring to be working, and should we be encouraging domestic tools to be used at 11 o'clock at night? Then equally though, we also got emails and so on that, 5 o'clock, where the heck did you come up with this 5 o'clock? And it's ridiculous. And yet, hello, it's been the bylaw for 20 years. So I guess, yes, somewhere in the middle. And then the other thing that I'm struggling with is the whole idea, and again, our residents brought it up, the shift work thing. Your Tuesday is my Saturday, is my Sunday, and why is it Sunday when I go to Boscon, whatever other time, right? So these are the conventional things to make our Sundays and our statutory holidays a little quieter. I think that's a good thing. But I don't know whether it's really necessary in 2025. Because if you did make it like if you did just say it's going to be from 7 to 7, or just 7 8, you can make noise at 7 a.m. till 7 p.m. 7 days a week, or 9 or something.
Yeah. Elaine?
Thank you. And to your point, Melinda, yes, people work different hours, and so my husband would never be able to cut the grass. I'm wondering if we say, similar to the hunting regulations federally, that it's the dusk till dawn kind of hours, because I don't know anybody who gets up in the dark to cut their lawn or anybody who stays up in the dark to cut their lawn. So maybe that's how we get around it, and then that also adjusts with daylight savings time. Because people usually do their lawn maintenance in daylight hours, so.
But it's not just lawn maintenance, that's the problem.
It's just lawn maintenance and construction that's on this list now because we've removed.
No, but it says the
right?
operation of lawn maintenance equipment,
Yes.
dusk till dawn. Like, or dawn till dusk. So an hour after dawn and an hour before dusk is what the hunting regulations are?
No, just be careful. The hunting ones are because they do go out in the dark, get situated in their blinds, and then wait for the animal to come. So it's a half hour before dawn and a half hour after dusk that they are.
Okay, well, I got it mixed up, but thank you.
Yeah. Fred, do you think you can come back with some numbers that make sense?
Your worship, I'd argue the numbers make sense now. It's whether that's what council wants. On the idea of dawn to dusk, I guess we could. Our prosecutor doesn't like that because now he's got to prove when dusk was.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Which can be done, especially if you say something like, the official definition of dusk is the center of the sun's disk is 6 degrees below the horizon. Well, no one can figure that out. So we use 30 minutes, right? 30 minutes beyond sunset. But of course, that's different every day, right? Someone loses sight of the sun if they've got trees around their property or if they're in a valley, right? It's dark way before. So we get into those issues. So it's doable. Prosecutor doesn't like it. As for another time, I'm at council's mercy to pick a time. We could make them every day is the same. The other option is you've got Monday to Friday, you got Saturday, Sunday, and you have holidays, right? These are council decisions. I'm sorry, I can't.
So how does somebody operate their domestic tools or something within like 59 minutes? Operation of lawn maintenance, Monday to Saturday, 11 p.m. to 11:59 p.m. Like, that's not even an hour.
Well, that's because the next minute, it's the next day.
Yeah, it's 7 to 7.
No, I know, but it's only an hour. It's only 1 hour for people to operate their lawn equipment.
Elaine, the way you're reading it, the way you're reading it is too black and white. The actual is, because they're saying, because it's going over 2 days, it's actually 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. is okay to do stuff. That's what that means.
Right. Yeah, I get it now.
So I think that Elaine has just proved that we need to change that.
I agree, Councillor Magdalo. I just haven't come up with found a way of writing it that is less difficult to interpret. The other method is just as difficult to interpret.
Well, the suggestion that it should be 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. the following day, 7 days a week, does that simplify it?
Oh, yeah, if we had the same hours for every day, absolutely. We could say 7 p.m. or whatever until 7 a.m. the next day, 7 days a week. That works. It's when you have changes on different days, it becomes more complex.
What about having the same day, like forget about stat and Sundays? Because quite frankly, stat holidays is when I'd be working. That's when I'd be running the tools.
Right. So I like that. Make it just one time and it's every day.
I'd go for that.
Okay, and I agree. I think it's a good thing, just in deference to our residents that do have real idea that Sunday mornings are quieter time. Well, like even Dennis from the Guns said that their hours are 10 a.m. on a Sunday so that they're not waking people up with a gunshot at the practice range. Statutory holidays, you're absolutely right. People would say, yay, let's do some, let's get the chores done. But what I just wonder about in the community that we still have at large is Sunday recognized a little differently.
I don't know about that. And Sunday has been recognized differently for the last, 30 years. Like, people go grocery shopping, people go, like, everything opened up on Sundays, where Sundays used to be a protected day, and they are no longer a protected day. So I would say the generic Sunday is any other day.
That's true, Elaine, but if you look through at the businesses in our area, Sundays, they don't open at 7 a.m. The Metro will open at 7 a.m. on Saturday or whatever, but it doesn't on Sunday.
No, I'm not
things have
saying
opened.
7 a.m. is the time. Sorry, I didn't mean to mix that up. It's not, like, I think 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock is a reasonable time for things to start, but not 7 a.m. Sorry if that's what was said.
No, just that's what we've got for Monday to Saturday, and we're now just saying, well, let's make them all the same. So I was just using that as that Sundays are usually, you can't go shopping till 11 o'clock, don't get to the mall because it's not open. Like, there is a bit of a difference, even though businesses are all gung-ho on Sundays.
So who's in favor of
That's another
sameness?
example that I can't read the chart.
Who votes for sameness?
Sameness as long as it's, okay.
Sameness.
So if any member of council would just like to summarize that for the record for me, what?
So far, we've decided perhaps that we'd like every day to be the same time, but no, we haven't decided what time that is.
Oh, sorry, see, that's what I was looking for.
And that's for every activity?
Well, we've only got 3. The ones that we're talking about here that have prohibitions have itemized prohibitions are just these heavy tools, lawn machine, and construction, which I would argue are really all the same kind of noise.
Yeah.
They're the same kind of noise.
I think there is some rationale for going with the dawn to dusk, because most of these are outdoor things, and they are basically, you're affected by whether it's sunlight and you can see things or not. If I'm working outside and I can work till 8, 9, or 10 at night, I might like to do that because I can. But I shouldn't be doing that in the middle of the winter when it's dark at night. So I'd like to revisit the dawn to dusk idea, meaning 30 minutes before dusk, before dawn, and 30 minutes after.
And to that, if I could say, on page 1 of the bylaw, it talks about construction equipment and it defines tractors. Tractors would have to be exempt because farmers farm at night in the dark with their big lights on.
Normal farm practices are now covered properly.
No, but that's not covered under normal farming practices.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is.
And I think that's buried. I think it needs to be, there needs to be some recognition that tractors, farm tractors, or tractors used for farming are exempt.
They are.
It's there, it's in, yeah, Ralph's right, it's in Schedule C that we haven't talked about yet, and it is in and I mean, as you're going through as a resident going through the bylaw and reading the definitions on the first couple of pages, normal farm practice is there, so we just haven't come to it
I
yet.
know, thank you, Melinda, I agree that it refers to the normal farming practices, and look that up, but page 1, where it talks about, this is under definitions, construction equipment. I think farm tractors should not be included under construction equipment.
Where are you
Is
seeing that, Elaine?
Where do you see it? Construction equipment, I don't see a tractor written in there. Hydraulic tools, scrapers, pavers, like, there's all sorts of things, but I don't see tractors.
Oh, wait, maybe I was looking at the wrong thing. The definitions?
Oh,
Yes.
you're under definition.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. Vehicle includes farm tractors.
Where vehicle down below.
And I get that definition, if I may, Your Worship, because there are tractors that aren't farm tractors, right? So that's
Right.
why it's in. But, and the definition
new
in the
one.
bylaw, of course, is taken from the applicable legislation. But as was pointed out, in Schedule C, under the exemptions, it says normal farm practices, including the operation of farm equipment or machinery for cultivating, seeding, crop maintenance, or harvesting or on any lands zoned rural A. So the idea of
Okay.
tractor is kind of included there as opposed to in the
Right.
definition.
Okay, okay, I see that now. Thank you, I missed that. So I appreciate you pointing that out for me.
Okay.
Okay, dokey. That's good.
And my,
I'm reluctant on the dawn to dusk only because it changes every day. And unless you've got a smartphone and can look it up, you don't, or some kind of solar chart.
I like the dusk.
No, you don't need to be exact because it's a half hour before dawn or half hour after, and that's a waffle area.
Your microphone's not on now.
Let's compromise and say all 7 days are the same, and it's from 10 PM at night till 7 AM in the morning that the prohibition exists. I've changed 11 to 10 in deference to Ralph. Okay, everyone agree? Fine, let's move on.
No, you can't do that.
if I may, Your Worship, I do want to point out, sunrise can be anywhere from 4:30 in the morning to 8:30 in the morning. So that's a fairly broad. So,
Right,
We shot Ralph down.
true.
okay. Okay, so we are looking for a direction from council on the times, and I've heard proposed, I believe, 7 PM to 7 AM?
10 p.m.
I like that, but there are some.
10
The
PM to
prohibition
7
time, I would suggest 10 PM to 7 AM.
I'm with Fred.
I'm okay with that.
No,
So-
7 PM, I think, is too early. Again, I'm going to
We
just
said
say.
10.
10 PM.
10
He
PM
said
to
10
7 AM the
PM.
next
Oh,
morning.
10. Okay, I heard 7. Sorry.
Good.
So
We-
10 PM,
Can we move on?
So that brings us to Schedule C.
Right.
With the suggestion that, Kim's suggestion of a concern about the
halls.
renters of our facilities and amplified
Right.
noise. And I was wondering at lunch, how many complaints do we get? Is this a nothing burger, as they say?
Yeah, we don't get any complaints. I'm just concerned that with the bylaw going through where the rental facilities are treated the same as residential, that someone may say, I really didn't appreciate hearing that saxophone at 3:00 in the afternoon, or that, what's the other one that they like to play?
Bagpipes.
Bagpipes, when the bride was coming down the aisle. And that does happen. We get those things, and we also get, DJ, like electronic music from DJs for wedding ceremonies outside, especially obviously in the summer months. They may be having a small cocktail reception prior to their dinner. And a lot of them will hire little 2-3-piece bands to play during that cocktail hour from, 4:30 to 6 or 6:30 PM.
and those are outdoor, Kim?
Yes. Yes, they'll be on the decks at the halls. They'll put the music, like the musicians on the decks.
But remember, even if it's indoors, which we had happen at the Ag Center when there was something, that there was still complaints, and the definition now is the perceived noise, right? So it doesn't, so even if the string quartet at 7 o'clock is inside, somebody doesn't like, is a problem.
I would be okay with making those centers exempt for specific things.
I don't think we should get into delineating what kind of event. They're either
Well, we don't want
exempted or
anybody
not.
to have a rave.
But that, we have a safeguard on that. We have a department that does the renting. They're not gonna rent it out for a rave. Though some daytime dance parties can be quite fun.
I would still question why the town should be different under the noise bylaw than anyone else. I think there's a principle here, and I think that clause A should be deleted.
Well, then we're gonna lose any revenue that we would get from those halls, and we may as well just close them
Oh,
up.
if they want to do something beyond the noise bylaw, when you rent it, they tell them to apply for an exemption.
But if we've made this, yeah, I mean, if we've already on Schedule B for some activities, made the timing to be 10 PM, then we've kind of changed our flavor of what we've only made that so far in Schedule B for those construction activities. But it puts 10 PM out there that hasn't actually ever been out there before. So now 10 PM is out there in the world, and I don't know, how many weddings do we have that go till 2 AM or whatever? Do we?
The majority of them. So the music must be turned
do?
off. Yes, our music, according to our rental agreements, music must be turned off by 1 AM. Alcohol is stopped being served at 10 to 1. Music is off at 1, and they must be out of the facility by 2. But a lot of weddings, they don't even start to get fired up till about 10 PM.
And how long have we been renting these facilities out for weddings? Forever. Forever, right? So forever, how long have we been renting out the facilities for these kinds of events?
35 years since
Forever.
I've been here, yep.
So I think that this speaks to the real premise of the whole noise bylaw, that it's noise that is perceived as being a disturbance.
Yeah.
And the people that live near our community centers, because you do weddings at both places, right? Yes. Yeah. So the people who live near our community centers are aware of what they are. They are, not complaining, right? They're not complaining. That was your question, right? They're not complaining.
No, they're not. To this point, they are not. We had one a few years back, and all I did was I put signage up in the halls to please keep the windows closed and windows and doors closed in respect of our
Right.
neighbors when you're playing your music.
Right.
But I'm talking more about any possible challenges that may come up with people identifying, as you said, a string quartet. I don't like string quartets, and that bothers me. So this is what I'm talking about, and I know Deputy Mayor Nix is at budget time always talking about how much money's that we're not making at the community centers, and to have I already have the challenge right now that I'm trying to work around, and that's that we don't have any internet at Mono Community Center, which is really causing a number of renters to go elsewhere, but that's a discussion for another day. But if we add now something else, well, sorry, you're no longer permitted to have the bagpiper,
So the other thing, because just as this discussion is happening, and, my brain, I think I'm pretty average, that I think people listening might be thinking the same thing. So what is the difference between this, where we're saying that we have had these things that have been, because they're town, they have been exempt from our noise bylaw, because it was always 5 PM, and they've been exempt if you rent at our property, but we've got some other, the ag and the CVC having these events that we're knowing now are regular things that are happening all the time, so the people around them are known. Like, what is the big difference between these two? Is it that like, how many people are at these weddings?
At Menorah, we are legally allowed to have up to 167, and at Mono Center, 200.
So that's what it is. It's a volume thing that some of these events come, like our Heroes Fellow today, who's hoping for thousands to come, right? I mean, that was, he used
But he's
used
going to
that.
get an exemption, or try to.
Well, right, but that's what the difference is, that we can say, I think, that these are small, but they are basically, we would try if we could, would we not, to have a wedding every weekend in the season, if it's
Yeah.
possible?
We do our best to rent to full capacity in wedding season.
Just a question, if I could. Did I read somewhere in the bylaw, town approved?
Yeah, but under what?
Is that there, Fred Simpson?
Well, town operations comes up.
I apologize for missing the question, if you could repeat it.
Oh, sorry, I thought I read somewhere in the verbiage of the bylaw that town approved. The
So,
events, town approved activities and events.
As
So-
an exception. No, it's, I don't think so. Town operations, services, activities with the exclusion of an event subject to a rental permit issued by the town.
right. So the bylaw is currently written that town activities are excluded with the exception of rental facilities. This was put in because the bylaw originally allowed amplified sound and parties up until a specified time. So that made sense. Now that that's removed, we run into this issue. I completely get the irony here that we're talking about the capacity and ability of our facilities to be rented, when that same question has been raised by other organizations. I don't, that's not lost on me.
Yeah.
But that's the position council's in on making these decisions.
So the will of council?
I mean, the distinction, just to be on the record, the distinction would be that the money from the rentals, and we know where the money goes, it goes for the heat and the lights,
Right.
just like the ag's money goes to the heat and the lights. But at least for us, the heat and lights have to be paid for, and it would be another bump up in your taxes if you just had the buildings and you didn't generate any income. So it is to the benefit, and we have those buildings and they need to be maintained. So we do have, as ratepayers, we have a cost that we have to meet. In
Yeah, I
contrast
like
to
it,
having a
Linda.
property
Income
owner.
generating for the town.
Yeah, so
I think is
so I'm
is
okay
the
to
defining-
make it.
But I would argue CVC is in exactly the same position, and if they can't run events at their place, their
No,
conservation areas cost more money.
The distinction is it's
and they have
income
to
for
increase
the
levy.
town.
Quiet,
One at
I'm
a
talking.
time, one at a time.
And they would have to
Sorry.
raise their,
Our levy.
they would have to raise the levy, so.
No, that it's income generating for the town, not
We're-
for some other
We're a direct
organization.
beneficiary.
Well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're right.
Okay, so what is the wish? I've lost track here.
Well, I hear Kim's point, and of course, we need to make money from those buildings. I recognize that, but I do think there's an inconsistency here in this bylaw by saying just because we own the buildings, we're exempt. There's something that says to me that that's not correct.
And
I
and I get
disagree.
back, I get back
think
to the
because
issue
they're
of
income
number of
generating, we
complaints.
have every right to say what goes on.
And I get back to the issue of complaints. And we have had no complaints about our events. We've had complaints about others, rightly or wrongly,
And that's kind of the crux of it, right? Just like when Ralph said earlier that no sound, no disturbing of people. The bottom line of this is the disturbing of people.
Correct.
And the justification of it all can be many-armed and so on. But that this really is, we would have to cross the bridge. We could possibly have some new property owners who live beside, and we would have to reassess things. But at the moment, the evidence is that it's not disturbing.
I think that's right. I think, to the risk of upsetting all of you, I think it's a bit of a non-issue.
So we have an exemption for the rentals, or we don't? We do have an exemption for the rentals, as inconsistent as that may seem.
I'm not going to fight it. I mean, I'll go with it. I just,
Can always be amended when the bylaw comes back, but I think it should go off to Fred with that, and if we have second thoughts, we can always amend it.
Well, also, because of, as Mr. Simpson and Kim said, we had already had this discussion that they were going to be, we didn't need to have it exempted because you could have amplified sound. And now it's because we've changed something higher in the bylaw that this question has come up, so.
And just before we leave this, we have more control over what happens in our own facilities. We have contract, we have rules associated with those events.
Yes.
So we have greater control than other situations, let's put it that way.
Yes.
Okay. So, Schedule C, the only other issue was the one you raised, Elaine, and that was emergencies, I think. And you were thinking of the snowstorm, the roof cave-in.
Well, so many people had trees come down, roofs collapsed because of the amount of snow and things like that. And if people have to bring in machinery because of an emergency, I don't think that we should be setting them up for being fined.
I think it would be cruel if they were ever charged.
Right.
Fred, any thought?
I agree with your last statement, Your Worship. I think that this can be left to the discretion of the bylaw officer. I'm concerned that the wording to be able to capture every definition of an emergency and how do we prove that if someone claims it and we disagree with it becomes problematic. And this is why we have highly trained professional bylaw officers to try to make the judgment call on if this is reasonable. Right. And I suggest that we probably can leave the bylaw without prescribing emergencies or whatever other functions.
Elaine, are you okay with that?
Okay, I appreciate that, Fred. Thank you.
Okay.
So, and then the other item, B, on Schedule C, are we going to leave that in? Or to itemize out? And it only says the event. It doesn't say the entity that is putting on the event, in which case that is even more odd. Then why are we doing Orangeville's thing? But anyway.
Okay,
because it is our ag society, right? It's the
No, it is not. It is the
It's only the
Orangeville
Orangeville?
Agricultural Society, and they own the land.
Can I ask for
One at a
clarification
time. Yeah,
from
go
the
ahead.
president?
Yeah.
Could you, and under the microphone, could you come to the microphone?
Agricultural Society by name, that's it. They do not have any interest in this at all.
So if I'm a farmer in Mono or I'm a farmer in Amaranth, you're the society I would belong to?
Yeah.
There is no other. Would you mind saying that on the microphone, coming to the chair? Just because the people who are listening and the recording doesn't, and including our counselor, doesn't hear you.
So the Orangeville Agricultural Society is only Orangeville in name. They do not hold any interest in us at all.
Ever think of changing your name?
so why do you have to call it the Orangeville Fall Fair? Why don't you call it the Dufferin Fall Fair?
That is a story. That is something that is. It's it's being dealt with right now.
Okay.
There's lots of little things that we're having to deal with right now.
Okay.
I don't want to go any.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Fair enough. Okay,
Thank you.
are we in a position to pass a second reading on this with, as amendments to be? Yes, Elaine?
So there are all other things that are in here that I'll go to the most important one. Section 10, enforcement of penalties and fines and all that stuff. For me, the way that is right now, that is a showstopper. I do not believe, and I said this in our previous meeting, we as a municipality must align with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And in my mind, this is an egregious charge of that amount of money.
Elaine, can I stop you there? And this was explained previously. Those numbers are straight out of the Municipal Act, I believe. They are maximums. They are not minimums. They are maximums. And in my experience, the maximums never get applied for the reason that you're stating. They would be probably challenged under the Charter. If it's a first offense, you're looking at a very low end. If it's a second offense, it goes up a little bit. But in no way does it ever approach those amounts. That is boilerplate.
And boilerplate to be.
It doesn't say that in the bylaw, though.
But then the boilerplate, that's a derogatory a little bit, saying that we didn't do
No,
whatever.
no,
But I understand that is what's in a lot of our bylaws, right? That's the way it should be stated. But then the schedule of fines and so on is to be determined afterwards and is a little bit more itemized, where those numbers have been very low and could be a little higher and is on our unfinished business list, to-do list for the clerk to look at things, right? Isn't that, yeah. So this is just a statement that has to be in there because this was put in by our prosecutor as the way the bylaws are supposed to be written out. You have to have the max.
Fred, can you confirm that these numbers, they don't reflect reality, frankly?
No, so they're stated not more than, right? Doesn't say
Not
that the
more
fine is, it says the fine shall not be more than. The bylaw pretty much has to have an upper limit, otherwise you're giving no guidance to the courts. But the courts are going to set anything, but the bylaw says they can't go above that. It is set quite high. It's set quite high for the most egregious example. You had a company came in and had a massive outdoor rave or party, that they had applied for, and it's a big corporation or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And we don't put minimums in the bylaw because that leads to prosecution problems.
You can't. Only the legislature can set mandatory minimums.
So I appreciate where you're coming from, Elaine. I had the similar thought when I first looked at it, but in practice, I think this works fine. What you would like to see is sort of a prosecutor's recommendation to the prosecutor that the first fine should be such and such. But I think that it needs to be left open. It's a significant difference if they're prosecuting, say, Melinda Davey, or they're prosecuting a large organization. So I think it's workable the way it is.
Okay. Anything else before we move on?
Thank you for reminding me of that conversation again.
Your question, Your Worship, was whether we can pass the second reading.
Yes.
I would just ask the question.
We don't have to.
Given some of the questions we've asked, particularly that we've asked our clerk to check with Mr. Drury about the necessity of Schedule A, how can we pass this with those questions still unanswered?
I think we should pass on passing. Second reading.
I agree with you, Your Worship. I don't think at this point we're ready to give second reading because of the points just raised.
Okay. Thank you. Next item on the agenda.
One last tiny thing, Your Worship, if I could, in the introduction, in all of the whereas statements, I want to revisit the third whereas. It's section 431 of the Municipal Act, blah, 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 blah. Recognizing that the average reading level in our country is grade 3, believe it or not, I find it challenging, and this is copied right out of the Municipal Act, but that we use language that is not accessible.
Where?
What is it that you don't understand?
Whereas section 431 of the Municipal Act authorizes that where any bylaw of the municipality under this contract, like it's very, it's not grade 3 level reading. It is not accessible to most people.
Well, I'd say most people's eyes glaze over anyway with half the stuff. Fred, any comment?
Yeah, I agree. The recitals are complex. In fact, they're legalese, of course, because they are lifted from legislation, but they're legalese for the purposes of going to court. This tells the courts, who are not necessarily familiar with the Municipal Act, why we have the authority to ask for what we're asking for in that court. Especially if it's, for example, who says, where do you have the authority to, ask for a fine or to go on to someone's property or whatever. So those, while are not absolutely mandatory, they're helpful for the courts. They're meant for a prosecutor and for the court. They're not meant for the...
Presumably they have a higher than grade 3 level of education.
Well, they have to be there in contrast to, and I know that we have a number of residents who enjoyed the wording of our present bylaw, which states just the reason as to why council and the residents decided that we needed to have a 5 p.m. bylaw because we were all enjoying our rural setting and the animals and whatever. Whereas that, and that doesn't hold up in court because those aren't legal premises. Those are just nice things to say and be aware of and make you warm and fuzzy. But when we have somebody who has flouted our bylaws, it's professional. And so yes, they have a much higher reading level.
No, I know that. I'm just, so thank you for that explanation. That was very good, Fred. The other thing is, I mentioned this before too, number 2 in the definitions, oh no, this is my number 2. In the definitions, it says inhabitants. I do not see inhabitants defined, although I believe we should, because it's a person or animal that lives in or occupies a place. And that is the Oxford Dictionary definition of inhabitant, because people will say, this has scared my cows, this has scared my geese, this has scared my sheep, this has scared my horses, and they are inhabitants, but we don't recognize them.
No, we talked about that last time, that the bylaws are for people. People, and if you have any animals, it defers to the people in the situation. So the people are bothered by the fact that their dog is under the bed with the thunder, not that we're saying that, or fireworks rather, not that we're saying that the fireworks are a problem for the animal. It's that these laws are for people.
Well, it says inhabitants, and the definition of inhabitants is what I just read.
I would have to defer this to Mr. Dre. I want to remind council that the definition of noise was crafted very specifically, and I wouldn't recommend a change without hearing from Mr. Dre to that definition, because that's been driven by case law.
No, I wouldn't change the definition either, Fred, but it says inhabitants.
Okay.
So if this gets into court and it's plainly read by the justice, and if there's a word that isn't self-evident, they go to something called the Canadian Legal Dictionary. It's about 1,200 pages in length, and it will have, I guarantee, it will have a definition in there of inhabitants. It defines everything else, backed up by case law. So I'm not too worried that it, on the face of it, doesn't look like it's got a built-in description.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so we are going to move on. And
Thank you.
Look forward to the clerk's report. Next item on the agenda is the report having to do with the Shelburne District Fire Board. Mike, thank you for the background and details, and you have a suggested resolution for today that addresses recent events.
Yeah, I'd be open, if council wants me to read it into the memo, report that I wrote, that'd be great, but I'm here to answer questions. Councillor Davey and Deputy Nix, we sat and listened. Very clear to us that Shelburne would like to leave and dissolve the board, and while I can't speak for the other municipalities, the feeling of continued collaboration at a board level was sort of my opinion of the room. Couple municipalities were silent on the matter, so it's hard to picture where they want. But I think the board deserves the opportunity to address the concerns of the town of Shelburne. Is where I'm heading with my recommendation.
Okay. So, does anyone, Fred, do you? Okay, Fred, I do have a motion, though.
I think it's a very good report, and I will agree that Shelburne does have some issues that are legitimate. I'm not sure at that meeting we went to, everything was put on the table, but what this motion will do is in effect put the ball back in their court to say, be specific on what your administrative costs are, and if they can give us a report like that, we at the board, Melinda, can sit there and say, all right, this is fair. Maybe Shelburne District Fire Board should be paying for its own insurance or whatever. We can discuss it. So I think the effect of this motion is, rather than just accepting their buyout offer to us, which I wasn't too keen on, simply says to them, put your numbers in a report and be specific, and we'll consider it. So I'll move the motion.
Okay. Can I put it on the floor? Sure. Okay. Whereas the town of Shelburne has proposed to dissolve the Shelburne and District Fire Board by the second quarter of 2026, and whereas the agreement establishing the Shelburne and District Fire Department includes a process should a participating municipality wish to cease participating in the fire board, and whereas the agreement stipulates that a municipality shall provide 2 years written notice of its intention to cease participating in the fire board, and whereas the town of Shelburne has indicated its intent to establish the Shelburne Fire Department that includes a model where municipalities, including Mono, may purchase contracted fire services under agreement with the town of Shelburne. Whereas the council of the town of Mono needs to ensure that fire protection services to its residents continue to be adequately provided, and whereas the council session 3-2025 and 11-2025 council stated position on changes to fire services for the town of Mono was to remain at status quo. Therefore, be it resolved that notwithstanding our willingness to entertain discussions regarding amendments to the agreement, including potential solutions, the town of Mono requests that the town of Shelburne provide the board with a detailed account of their concerns, complete with financial, administrative, and operational impacts, and that the Shelburne District Fire Board be provided with an opportunity to review and respond to the town of Shelburne with solutions prior to the 2025 year end. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Davey. Any further discussion, questions?
Elaine's got her hand up.
Elaine?
Yeah, thank you. That was an awesome report, and thank you for doing that. What I don't understand is that I know from the Rosemont District Fire Board that we shared that role of administration. It was rotated to Mono, Agilitas, Mulmur, and so were they not doing that in Shelburne?
So from what I understand, there's no section in the Shelburne District Fire Board budget that pays administrative fees back to the town of Shelburne. I don't think there's an insurance line for town of Shelburne. So any administrative aid, such as I think just occurred during the last financial audit of the Shelburne Board, has gone unfunded. And that's where I believe that Shelburne, the board needs to hear from Shelburne and review the impacts. Like it just seems like we need, the answer to your question, Councillor Capes, is no, there was no budget line, in my opinion, for Shelburne to be
Compensated.
for the help that they were being provided. But Councillor Davey or Deputy Nix may have more information on that.
But I think
Okay,
I think that Councillor Capes was asking if there was no provision for the administrative work to rotate between the municipalities, such as it happens at Rosemont.
We haven't even got to that. We haven't got the fee assessed of what the administrative help would be before we could even talk about rotating. So yeah, I think you're onto a good matter, which would be the potential for a rotating. I can feel Les moving his knees down at the end of the table. But there could be.
Because Les had a turn when I was on the fire board.
Like Les helped for years in Rosemont, and now it's Mulmur's
Yep.
turn. And I think I'm assuming Angela Tosserano
Angela Thomas took a period in between
would
there.
be
yeah.
next, and that's.
Historically,
I like where you're going, Councillor Mankelo, on that. That could be offered as part of the board solution once we find out what the problem is.
the town of Amaranth provided our secretarial services, and that, as far as I know, there was no charge for it. I don't know whether the intention was to rotate it or not. The particular individual who was doing that work then was hired by the town of Shelburne and worked for the town of Shelburne. And for a bit, she continued to provide that service, but then her work at Shelburne got to be too much, and we had to hire our own secretary treasurer. But I don't know whether there was some intention to rotate back in those days. I don't know.
I think the goal of this motion is to get all this laundry that is gone unaccounted for out on the table, so the board has the opportunity to review it and to provide comments back to councils, their individual councils, and to the town of Shelburne.
Melinda?
Thank you very much. It's a great letter, and it was a very difficult meeting. I know that you said in the meeting, in your report, that we went there to listen, and I had a tough time listening and not talking, because this is a power move. There's just no question about it that this is a power move, and where it all starts. I know you've been on the board for 14 years, and a lot of the other people who've been on the board have been there for a long time, and so have a historical view of your own work that you did, though, right? So, but Shelburne, representatives at the moment, both their mayor and deputy mayor sit on the board, feel very strongly that Shelburne's been the heavy lifter, Shelburne's been the heavy payer, Shelburne's been the heavy user. Why do we not have our own fire board, our own fire service? And nuts to you, you have to get your own. So I don't know where this is going to go, whether we're really going to get, because they keeps falling back on the that a fire board of municipalities working together to provide service for the greater good of all of their residents seems to have had a label put on it that it is an old-fashioned way to handle things, and that it's the fire truck sits on our property, and we're going to go ahead and be the full people. So, because certainly when you comment about the money, and Les knows that when there has been an increased cost that's outside of the regular budget, including a raise that came when we hired the girl, the board did, and the girl now works for the board, our administrative assistant. Those requests were divided up, and they went to all the municipalities. We all paid our share. It's not an equal share because we are not equal with respect to the size, number, geography, and we're just not. But we paid our fair share. So the question is, what's fair? So it would be great if we get what you're asking. So I fully endorse this motion.
Yeah, and I think the
Elaine?
difficulty is that Shelburne has grown in intensity and space and like massively, which has changed what this really looks like from when it was established.
Ralph, and then we'll call the question.
I'd like to ask the CIO, what do you want to accomplish here?
Continued advancement of council's commitment to status quo, definitely Councillor Davey. But I think to see if Shelburne's willing to look at this option. The next option is the agreement, and what they're proposing is not allowed by the agreement. The agreement's pretty straightforward. The member municipalities that choose to stick with the board own the assets, save and except the building, minus 10 feet on the rear of it for the expansion, but the next, but I do think there's, and the Treasury can maybe comment at a later date on this, but I think the goal here is to see if Shelburne's willing to, we're meeting with Shelburne September 8th, right? We're meeting with Shelburne on September 8th, I believe, and the goal is to sort of, let Shelburne know we're happy with the services of the board right now, and the board the board should have an opportunity to respond to the issues that really are troubling Shelburne. And that's the goal of this motion.
So the other, shall we say, the elephant in the room is finance.
Elephant is finance. They're paying us net book value, but, Melanchthon, Mulmur, and Amaranth and Mono own the fire trucks. We own the gear, we own all that, and is the value, we're not there yet, in my opinion, because we're not agreeing to the one-time buyout offer that they gave us. But is that, is Mulmur without a fire department here in another month, and do we need a fire truck?
And I think the other thing is not just do the four municipalities, if Shelburne leaves, do we own the assets? We also have the 2 employees, including the fire chief. Now, I suppose you can change jobs, but right now, it's the fire board that employs the fire chief and the secretary treasurer. And those assets, this is anecdotal, I don't have hard figures. That aerial truck we bought 10, 11 years ago cost just over $1 million. And I've been told now that if we were to replace it, it would be more like $3 million for it. Well, the latest truck we bought is our rescue truck, which we bought from the United States used. A used truck cost $500,000.
Oh, over
600,000, yes.
So the motion hopefully gets Shelburne back at the table with the board.
So, any further before I call the question? Any opposed to the motion on the floor? And it passes unanimously.
On a point of order, Your Worship, do we have to pass a motion that we've gone into a second meeting?
We do. Oh, no, we don't.
We've scheduled,
Sorry.
we scheduled lunch and it's published.
Okay, fair enough. Good question, though. There are some things we absolutely have to get to, and I'm going to try and put the next thing is the temporary borrowing bylaw, and that's to keep less out of debtor's jail. So I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to authorize the temporary borrowing of funds, that it be signed by the mayor and clerk for the town of Mono, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Moved by Councillor Manctalo, seconded by Councillor Davey. Les, do you have anything to add to that?
No, it's the standard annual bylaw that the bank is looking for.
Okay, thank you.
Just, can I have another phrase, just for the people who are watching? It's a standard, and I'm sorry, why do we borrow money every
I'm sorry,
year?
we have an overdraft protection with the bank, and to support us keeping that overdraft protection, the bank has their checkbox. They need an annual bylaw passed to keep that facility ongoing.
Right, okay. Did I call the question?
No.
Oh, all in favor of the motion as read? Motion is carried. Oh, sorry. You've got it? Okay, is there huge urgency to the Public Works Department growth analysis, or can we defer that to another meeting?
I think we can deal with it very quickly.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, oh, I know it's interesting, but I'm just mindful of the time.
Well, I think we can deal with it in 2 minutes
Okay.
flat.
Okay. We're not there yet. So the growth analysis. Matt?
Thanks, Mayor Curlin. I'm happy to answer any questions on the report. The report was merely to kind of advise council of the upcoming downloads and the responsibilities for the level of service and the potential financial impacts of this infrastructure. So, like I said, I'm happy to answer any questions anybody has on that.
Ralph, and then Fred.
Thank you for your report. It's very thorough. I tried to read the Tatum report and got partway through it. But we have a capital, over the next 10 years, we have a capital shortfall of about $4 million. Correct? Your recommendation is that we hire a full-time instead of a part-time person. Do you not have any recommendations with respect to this capital shortfall? It's not meant as a funny thing.
That's Les's department. I just bring it to you in September, October, and then let you guys decide. I can't handle the shortfall.
Matt, or Ralph, I haven't had a brief conversation with John about this. We are going to raise it at Thursday's county council meeting. I think the county numbers are wrong, 1.9 million versus Matt's 6 million. But to be frank, I don't think even if John and I raise it on Thursday, that I don't think there's a thing we can do about it. We'll just say we're unhappy with Scott Burns' numbers, and in particular, when he developed the numbers, he reduced them by 20% because he said our level of service would be different. And I think he's just plain wrong. But to be frank, I don't think we'll be successful in raising the issue on Thursday.
Well, I'd say you definitely fight it because it's an issue that we're in the right in. We should really go after them. And I don't think you guys should sit back and just accept this.
Nope.
Okay, we won't. Remember, legally, as I understand it after talking to Matt, we don't have the power to sort of say, no, we're not going to accept this downloaded road. They can download that road to us. We can't stop them.
But they can download it, but my understanding, correct me Les if I'm wrong, is that the fiscal arrangement is flexible.
Well,
So just to clarify, like, 6 million is not just within the 10 years, it's about 4 million. 2 million's beyond 2035. So.
True.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's about 4 million in the next 10 years, approximately, based on the studies that have been completed, the road management plan, biennial bridge inspections.
Right. In passing, I'd like to say, I was very surprised, having driven this road many times, that it got such a low condition index for certain parts, and that we have to do so much reconstruction in the next 5 years. And there's a massive bill.
Yeah. Well, and the road management plan is 22 million over 10 years. And obviously that increases every year by about 3+%.
So I think that even if we don't have control over this, we should complain.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I think your points are really valid, except to say that the money from the county and the money from the municipality and the road, all the money has to come from the taxpayers, whether it's on the portion of the pie on my tax report that when they get my bill that is from Dufferin, or the part that's from the municipality. It's still my money that has to come, and so that's the big message. And if he doesn't want to pay us because he's got to do other things and whatever, we can tell him we don't like it. But the bottom line comes back down to us that we need to put money aside, we need to get more money, we need to try to find some sort of grants and press the provincial government with respect to infrastructure.
But if we're supported, if we're not supported, well, yeah, we support the county, but we'd like to not have our residents pay more, as much as they are, and they're going to pay more in this situation than they otherwise would.
Yeah, you're right.
And how much negotiation went on between you and Scott? Did he
I've
just
alwa-
come in and say, this is the way it's going to be?
I've had several conversations with Scott on this over the last year or so, and there isn't a lot of room for movement. There's, as I noted in the report, I may try to get the county to continue their services next year with respect to street sweeping, the intersections, because that's not part of our current operating regime as far as, we typically street sweep in the spring in the subdivisions, but not intersections at the frequency that they're currently sweeping them. Roadside grass cutting potentially as well, but as I also noted in the report, we're going to continue to assess the need for equipment in-house to make things more efficient, not just for Mono Center Road, but we've added Mono Center Road, but for the whole municipality. So,
Okay.
But they're dumping a road on us that over the next 5 years, we have to resurface.
Yes.
Yeah. 25 years since it's been substantially resurfaced.
yeah, and with regards to the level of service and the quality of construction, like the portion that was done recently wasn't reconstructed, it was pulverized and paved, right? So we're probably going to be following a similar type of design for that stretch of road. It's not going to cost less to construct it the way they constructed the portion they did 4 years ago. So you can't lower a level of service or a quality of road that people have come to expect over the last 25 years, especially with businesses such as Mono Center Brewery, Mono Cliffs, a provincial park. So our staff are prepared to take it on and prepared to maintain it. We have to move some things around logistically, obviously, for operations. But this report is mainly to tell the council and the public the financial impact of it.
So the process that you're going to be using on these 5 stretches is the same as used on the Fifth Side Road this last year?
Yeah, thanks, Councilor Mangelo. I would say that the comparison of Mono Center Road would be about the same volume of traffic and the same approach for 5 Side Road. Class 3.
So I have a motion that council supports the requisite increase. Oh. Now, have we talked sufficiently about requisite increase to the 2026 budget for public works labor? Are we all happy with that, or?
Full-time.
Yeah, going from part-time to full-time?
Yeah, so the idea is to eliminate one of the seasonal
Yeah.
and add a full-time employee. And this is not, again, this isn't just pertaining directly to Mono Center Road. This is an assessment that we've been evaluating for the last couple of years, so.
Okay, and you want to do this pre-budget?
No, it'll be a part of it.
I don't want, no, it'll be part of the 2026 budget. It'll be included in the 2026 budget.
But you're asking
adjustments
us for our support now.
That's right, yeah.
Because we
Yeah.
asked him.
Yeah.
We mentioned this last year in our budget thingies when everything was such a surprise. We said, not a surprise because we knew it was coming. Nothing's really a surprise. But when it was all out there for the public to see and transparent, that, it would be nice to have things ahead of time if you can. And so that's what you've done here.
And like I said, we've been evaluating this, and it makes a lot of sense for the reasons I noted in the report. And, we're constantly trying to do this. It'll be a great improvement for the department.
Okay, so council support the requisite increase in the 2026 budget for Public Works labor as detailed in the Director of Public Works report titled Public Works Department Growth Analysis dated August 18th, 2025. Do I have a mover for that? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Davey seconds. Any further discussion? Any opposed? Motion is carried. That brings us to the snowmobiles. Oh, yes. Yeah. And that was something given to us by Kim. Thank you. And I don't have a prepared motion on that.
Well, she's within budget, so.
But since it's
We have
not-
the reserve, she's within budget, she's going to do,
Since-
she herself is going to place the rubber mats down there.
It wasn't in the package that the public has. Could we have a little synopsis, please, from our recreation director?
Yeah, describe what this is about.
Thank you. And I just want to make sure, Councillor Capes, do you have a copy? It was emailed to you last night.
She's frozen.
Oh.
No. Can't hear you, Elaine.
Elaine, can you hear us?
Sorry, I turned my mic off. Yes, I have the email. I can open it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Kim.
So just a very brief synopsis. This is the playground out at Lynn Gibson Park. The replacement of the playground equipment. That equipment out there is now 18 years old. And the expected life expectancy, the playground equipment is approximately 15 years. We do try and push ours past that 15 years because of budget considerations. However, at this point now, that equipment is needed to be replaced. In particular, we have pieces on that are broken and cannot be replaced because of the age, and we also are constantly dealing with the challenges of the sand surfacing out there. So recognizing the concerns, Council approved back in 2023 to add $66,000 to the already $114,000 in reserves to replace that playground equipment, which gave us $180,000. And then staff went ahead and applied for an Ontario Trillium Foundation grant for the rubberized surfacing, which we were fortunate, we received another $66,200. So the project now has a budget of $246,200. Wanted to move forward with this project last year, however, because of my absence due to illness, we had to postpone it until this year. So RFP was put out early July, request for proposals. For the playground, we had 5 proposals come in, 2 proposals from the same company, option 1 and option 2. We then reviewed the proposals through a committee, and the committee was made up of staff members along with a member of the Recreation Advisory Committee and 2 Mono youths, both one 13 and one 15 years old, who reside in the Island Lake Estates area and have been users of the park and are still users of the park. And we then took the review as each person graded it, and from there we figured out which was the most desirable option. And the most desirable option came from Park and Play's option number 1. This is a playground company that people in the industry were very familiar with Park and Play. Once we had received the Park and Play submission, we then, I took a very close look at it, and I found it interesting that the designs, all of the designs that we received, compared to ones in the past from other playgrounds that I've done, it certainly showed that the dollar value that we had for this playground did not, or we had a good chunk of money for this playground. However, because of the prices and whatnot going up, the number of play features that we were used to getting for this type of money, we were no longer able to purchase as many play features. And so looking at that, I thought, what are some possible ways that I can make our budget I can spread that budget out. So by, one of the ways I came up with is for staff to general contract that. And what I mean by that is that rather than having the playground supplier look after excavation and putting in the rubberized surface, that was something that staff could possibly do directly, as opposed to paying an upcharge for having the playground company do it. So when I looked into that further, it was correct, and I was able to make a cost savings by doing that. I then turned around and took that cost savings and spoke with the playground supplier, and we were able to get a significant amount of additional equipment, as I named in the, as I showed you in the report. So at this time, with staff looking after the excavation and doing the rubberized surface directly, I'd like to put forward to council that we move forward with the option number 1 as revised from Park and Play for $130,063.17 for their design, so that we can move forward with this and go into agreement with them. They can get the equipment ordered, and the full intention is to have the playground open and ready to roll for October 25th of this year, because we are under agreement with the Ontario Trillium Foundation that our project will be finished by October 26th. So, October 25th is the day that we will be, barring we don't have any incredible rainstorms or hold up because of the rubberized surface, but October 25th is the day that we will be, don't say I jinxed us, I didn't jinx us, that we will move forward with opening this new playground.
Ralph?
It's great to see this playground being replaced and brought up to date and added to. I have 2 questions. You've indicated that the bids were evaluated on a number of criteria. How did this bid do in terms of price alone?
This bid on price alone, on the original bid, you can see they're all within approximately $1,000 of each other.
I didn't realize it was the back. Fine. Then I'll move to my second question.
Okay.
Which I've forgotten for a moment here now. You have indicated that we're making a little innovation and using staff to do work and save some money. So you've got two items down here: excavation for $70,000 and the surface for $91,000. So is staff's labor incorporated in these numbers, or how's that working?
Okay, just for clarification on that, what that means is that staff will be working directly with the contractor that provides those surfaces, so
Okay.
our Public Works Department won't be excavating.
Right.
I'm going to be working directly with the excavator as opposed to the playground company
Gotcha.
doing it.
You're the manager.
That's right.
Thank you.
So I have a motion that council accept the bid price of $130,063.17 plus HST from Park and Play Design of Rocky View County, Alberta, for the supply and installation of playground equipment for Lynn Gibson Park. Do I have a mover? Councillor Davey moves, seconded by Councillor Manctalo. Any further discussion?
Oh, Elaine has her hand
Oh,
up.
Elaine? Did you have your hand up?
I had my hand up to move it, but that's okay.
Oh, okay. Okay. Any opposed to that motion?
And thank you, Kim.
That motion is carried.
Perfect, thank you.
The next item is the Orangeville Federation of Snowmobile Clubs MOU renewal. And who would like to speak to that? Mike? How did it work last year?
So, Your Worship, this is pretty much a repeat of the agreement that Council entered into back in January. At that time, we had recommended a multi-year agreement, but Council wanted to do the one season, so it could be. The Director of Public Works has informed me that he's happy with the way that worked and how the agreement was implemented. So staff's recommending that we enter into a new agreement. The change here is, as opposed to a termination date, this agreement has no ending date, but we've taken the exit clause and taken it down to 30 days. So either party can get out on very short notice. Otherwise, this agreement stands until such time as we or either party give notice to pull out.
My recollection was that we entered into this in part because of the very good insurance that was being offered by the club.
That's correct. They're offering $15 million in liability insurance.
Okay. So I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw authorizing the town of Mono to enter into agreements with the Orangeville Snowmobile Club and the Dufferin Drift Busters Snowmobile Club substantially in a form as attached as Schedule A and B to the bylaw, and that it be signed by the mayor and clerk for the town of Mono, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Do I have a mover? Deputy Mayor moves, seconded by Councillor Capes. Any further questions, discussion? All in favor?
No, wait.
Sorry,
hello.
questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ralph first.
Good. I think you mentioned that Public Works was happy with this. Is it Public Works practice or intention to review the trail periodically to just assess how it's being handled?
Thanks, Councilor McDowell. Yes, we've had a good relationship with them so far, where we've met them prior to the season, and they've come to us with any requests that they wish to kind of provide as far as upgrades. So we do assess it in the spring and the fall, and yeah, we're looking to continue that.
I guess I should be more specific. Do any of you walk the trail to see?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, yeah, I don't have a problem with it at all. I would have preferred a renewed 1 year, but never mind. The maps, I'm having difficulty with the maps because I know where it goes on the one map. So it's like the maps that everything is green. That's where the trail is, right? The green part. So on map number 2, there's like a box inside a box inside a box. What is that? What does that represent?
Those are parcels of land that the trail runs through. You can see the darker line that runs through.
Can you see this guy here?
Sorry, what number?
So it's the middle map, because I can see the darker line on the one where it's a
What
whole bunch of
page?
green. The middle map has a B109. And it seems like there are some squares that go around each other, around parcels of land, it looks like. But it's like you go in circles before you then get onto the road to connect up to the other piece that is our allowance. It's private. I don't believe it's Mono land that we're talking about on this little section. I just was wondering what that is.
Yeah, I'll have to get back to you on
Can you
that
ask
exactly,
me?
but
Because the other is obvious, right? It's a piece of green that goes along and you can see.
Yep.
And it hits on the road and it goes beside the road. Whereas these little squares that go around, it's almost like, are those, yeah. Could you find out for us?
yeah.
Any other questions? Any opposed to the motion? The motion is carried. May I make a suggestion that establishing a policy framework, the clerk's report, we defer that to another meeting?
Yeah, so your worship, anyone can move and it takes no seconder and it's non-debatable to make a motion along the lines of that we postpone this matter till the next regular meeting of council.
Any
So
wish to do
any
that?
Yeah, one person, no seconder, no debate, just voted.
Okay.
So-
I think we have our mover here.
Mr. Nix?
Mr. Nix. Thank you. Schedule A. I'll move the motion to get the schedule on the floor that we accept Schedule A to this agenda. Moved by Councillor Capes, seconded by Councillor Mantalo. Any items on Schedule A that anyone wants to specifically address?
Okay, that's in camera.
Councillor Capes?
Your worship, and just to make the statement that I would like to support the call out for how we regulate illegal land use. And to also say that I saw a LinkedIn post by the Caledon CAO about how he brought this to the attention of the administrator at the small conference along with road safety. So anything that helps us with taking care of illegal land use, I think is a good thing.
Thank you. Fred?
Council already passed a resolution on that, Your Worship, at the previous meeting. It was moved by Councillor Manctalo. So that has been done. So normally things don't show up twice on Schedule A unless it's from a Dufferin municipality.
Oh, that's why it's, okay. Okay.
Okay,
So
thank you.
we're on record there, and I've been in communication with Mayor Groves on the issue because they're very concerned down in Caledon, especially as it applies to tractor-trailer storage.
As are we with respect to tractor-trailer storage.
And to that end, I think that I'm going to have more to say about this at the next meeting, but I think we need to maybe schedule a report from the clerk on bylaw enforcement progress with certain locations, and maybe changing the way in which we keep in touch or creating a mechanism to keep in touch with people who file complaints, to let them know where their complaint, what status their complaint has. Because I am getting people saying, I filed a complaint 2 years ago and I haven't heard anything, and that's what our policy actually says. It may not be followed that scrupulously, but let's save that for another meeting.
Let's save that for another meeting.
Okay. Can I suggest that unless there is something of huge urgency, that we skip reports of members of council and staff, unless there's something major? And I had things that are major, but I'm happy to put them off. Okay, that's deferred. Notices of motion, do we have any notices of motion, Elaine and Ralph then?
Yes, I would like to say that I will be bringing a motion to council regarding storage of tractor trailers.
Okay. And you'll work with the clerk to have that ready to be added to the next agenda?
Indeed, we are working on it.
Excellent. Ralph?
I will be bringing a notice of motion with respect to the Mono Community Climate Change Plan and how best to move forward. And I'll be preparing the motion with in cooperation with, or in conjunction with our CAO.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, that brings us to in-camera items, and I have a motion that council move into a closed session pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended at 2:31 p.m. for number 1, automated speed enforcement vendor agreement, Section 239, subsection 2, subsection I, a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization. And number 2, committee attendance, Section 239, subsection 2, subsection B, personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Davey moves, seconded by Councillor Manctalo. Any opposition? Seeing none, we will go in camera to deal with those 2 matters. Thank you.
publicly.
We're back live.
Yes, thank you. And I have a motion that we rise from an in-camera session at 2:48 PM, and that council authorizes the clerk to enter into a service agreement with Global Traffic Group Limited to implement a 3-year automated speed enforcement ASE pilot project within the boundaries of the town of Mono. Moved by Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Capes. Any opposition? The motion is carried. Second motion, that we rescind the following committee appointments. Rashid Patel from the Heritage Advisory Committee and Samantha Clark from the Recreation Advisory Committee. Do I have a mover on that? Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Mantalo. Any opposition? That motion is carried. I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of Council of the Town of Mono in Session 14, 2025, held on August the 26th, 2025, that it be signed by the mayor and clerk, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. And finally, that we adjourn, a motion that we adjourn this meeting at 2:49 PM. Nix and Capes.
For the first one?
The first motion.
Yeah. And the last motion.
And the last.
And the last motion, to simplify matters. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.